So welcome to the first phenomenological control workshop, which is hopefully annual. And thanks to Kev for suggesting this and kicking this off, and Cosmic Pancakes, Kev's company, for paying for refreshments and goodies bags. So I think our hypnosis research has focused a little bit too much on hypnosis. And part of the problem with that is the term hypnosis. And while one shouldn't fuss too much about what words one uses, the word hypnosis is misleading in a number of ways. One is the term itself means sleep and has a number of mythological associations. But also, I think it doesn't invite all the research that should be done on the topic of phenomenological control. It sort of is limiting, because hypnosis itself is a very limited context in which phenomenological control has shown itself. And if you think from an evolutionary perspective, phenomenological control didn't evolve in order for there to be hypnosis demonstrations or for hypnotherapy as such. It evolved for some other reason. And presumably the reason it evolved was to allow people to create experiences that misrepresent reality to fulfill goals. So the aim of calling it phenomenological control was to label a phenomenon in a way that's accurate, because that might invite a broader range and other sorts of research. One little example of perhaps how it's a bit limiting calling it hypnosis is, obviously we borrow a lot from what has gone before, and especially I think some very important work in psychology, some of the most important work was done in hypnosis in the 60s and 70s, including, say, Martin Orn. So Martin Orn came up with the notion of demand characteristics, and he argued that a lot of psychology experiments, say the classic Milgram experiments, suffered from demand characteristic problems. At least you needed to consider demand characteristics to understand why people were behaving as they were. And he also considered that the demand characteristics within the hypnotic context could lead to changes in subjective experience, but he didn't make the obvious leap of thinking that demand characteristics within the psychology experiment or other contexts could lead to changes in subjective experience, probably because he was thinking in terms of hypnosis. So a little bit of background for myself. I've sort of done the anthropological work, you could say, in that I've mixed with the locals as a local rather than as a researcher. Beginning with when I was an illegal immigrant in the UK, which I'm very proud of, by the way, from age 11 to 16, when I didn't go to school. I was in the commune of the Church of Scientology, and at the very oldest, by the age of 12, I mean, I spent all my time there doing Scientology counselling and things. And in the counselling, one of the things you do is you say, well, is there an early similar incident of that sort? And then you take people back earlier similar incidents. And then about half the people would be talking about the past lives. And they would find the past life recall that they came up with extremely compelling, and would explain aspects of their life now. And they would experience it as a great insight and a compelling experience that changed their life and helped them see why things are the way they are. And it was a bit less common, but maybe once every few months, someone would leave their body. And this was a very positive experience for them. It was a great vindication of their beliefs and a very compelling experience, which they were very happy to have, because it supported the belief system in which they were a part. And they could flow energy, and I'd ask, well, when you flow energy of different colors, what's the difference between that and imagining it? And they said, well, the difference is when I flow energy, I'm really flowing energy. To flow energy into one's body, to heal it, or into other people's bodies, and so on. And then a few decades later, so one thing I want to say about that, they certainly did not construe that as hypnosis. There was no hypnotic induction. You didn't do any induction like that. But these were powerful, compelling experiences. In fact, hypnosis would have been seen as something very negative. These were powerful, compelling experiences in which they said, this is the opposite of hypnosis because we're increasing people's self-determination. We don't go into sleepy states, not altered states like that. It's just people come to see the past lives when they attempt to recall them, and you free them up. Then a few decades later, as a martial artist, I went to train with Yamui Sensei in Norway for a week, sleeping on the dojo floor. I just trained in all sorts of martial arts, and he was an Aiki jiu-jitsu practitioner, very high Dan rank, and he would manipulate the ki of the people who came to train with him. So he could paralyze people, he could stop them breathing by sucking the ki from their body. I actually said to him, what do you think of the claim that this is hypnosis? And he said, yeah, that's not a bad idea. But as soon as he sort of accepted that, but then he went back to his ki explanation of sucking ki out of people's body. And for those people who didn't respond, because not everyone responds to this, would say, well, you have bad ki. So obviously there's lots of demand characteristics to have good ki and respond in an appropriate way. And I trained with other instructors who could knock people out with their ki projection at a distance, knock people backwards with their ki. And again, there's no hypnotic induction in this. There's no induction at all. You just train, you're just doing your training, and Sensei comes up and says, would you like to see something interesting? And then proceeds and does it. So all these experiences, I think, show that, and the experiences I've just been talking about, I think, are closer to why there is phenomenological control in the first place. It's to create powerful experiences that are convincing to yourself and that you make without knowing that you're making them in order to support your role in the group and to support the social beliefs of the group of which you're a part, and to support beliefs that make you feel better and hence can make your life go better because of feeling better. So I think when we relabel it as phenomenological control, we invite more research that's broader than the limited context in which hypnosis research has happened, and I look forward to seeing some of that today. I do think it's an interesting thing that phenomenological control is an evolved capacity of the human being to deceive themselves. And the history of research into psychology and phenomenological control and phenomenological control in all of its manifestations is a history of self-deceit, where people constantly, phenomenological control creates the phenomenon that people think must be there, like trances, magnetic energies, key energies, special states, and so on. And it's very convincing. Of course it's convincing. It's meant to be convincing. It evolved to be bloody convincing, which is why it continually deceives us. But hopefully now we have in sort of a test tube the essence of the phenomenon, which is interesting when you have phenomenological control. You can experience your hand rising by itself, as if by itself, but knowing that it's phenomenological control that you're using, so the feeling is created by self-deceit, but the beliefs that you have, you know exactly what's going on. And that history, I guess, of seeing it that way starts with Benjamin Franklin, but we didn't quite get to the clearer vision until more recently. All right, so that's by way of introduction of what this is all about. Sort of some housekeeping. So I'm recording this.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yep, that's good.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, hi everyone. My name is Jaime Arlandis, and today I'm going to be talking about phenomenological control and its relationship to aesthetic experiences. So first, I want to thank Zoltan and Kev for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here. Zoltan already gave an introduction to phenomenological controls. I'm not going to dwell here too much. This is one of the definitions from 2022. Phenomenological control is the ability to control subjective experience so that a constructed counterfactual state of affairs appears real. A more recent one, phenomenological control is an evolved capacity to deceive ourselves so as to support socially useful beliefs. It allows one to strategically construct subjective experiences that misrepresent reality despite contradictory evidence in order to meet goals. So I'm going to start by just drawing a bit of a schematic here. On the one hand, we have the this idea of a counterfactual state of affairs, which of course implies that there is something like a factual state of affairs. These two are contradictory. They're referred to here as by contradictory evidence. And there is, of course, a subject involved in this that is receiving this evidence. And all of this is happening within the subjective experience of the subject. According to phenomenological control, what's happening is that in some way the subject is resolving this contradiction in a way that ends up with the counterfactual state of affairs appearing real, right? So in phenomenological control parlance, this is the subject's capacity to strategically construct subjective experiences. And importantly, apart from these basic dynamics, there is some ideas that are highlighted in phenomenological control. First, there is this contradiction between these different sets of evidence that is important. There is a proposed shift in this theory from considering hypnotism as an ability of the hypnotist to considering phenomenological control, generally, not only hypnosis, as an ability of the subject. I want to highlight that. The subject has to be actively participating for this to work. And the participation happens basically by the subject exerting their ability to generate an experience. Now, when I was reading about this a few years ago, when I was familiarizing myself with the theory, it sounded very familiar to me. It was very reminiscent of something I had read recently, which is this book, Object-Oriented Ontology, A New Theory of Everything, by Graham Harman. This is a philosophy book, but it's very accessible for anyone. Object-Oriented Ontology is not just that book. That book is kind of a summary of some ideas within this wider context. This is a contemporary philosophical framework. It's an ontology. For those of you who may not be familiar with the term, ontology is the branch of philosophy that addresses questions such as what is reality, what does it mean to be? And it's called object-oriented because it proposes that reality is made up of objects. So in this theory in OOO, everything is an object. I am an object. This workshop is an object. This presentation that I'm doing is an object. And they have a whole theory that I'm not going to have the time to explain in detail today. But I want to emphasize that they put a lot of emphasis on aesthetics. So the philosophy of beauty and art as aesthetic experiences, they argue are they give us a special type of access to objects, which is very important for them. This framework of OOO is currently quite popular, also somewhat controversial, I guess, and it's especially influential in some fields such as architecture and ecology. So at the core, there is this idea of the object. They talk about objects as being quadruple. They have 4 different parts. There is real and sensual components. There is objects and qualities. So you have these 4 combinations. Again, I'm not going to go into detail today because we don't have time. But I do want to give a quick summary of their theory of aesthetics, which they exemplify by doing an analysis of how metaphors work. And this is the thing that I think is very similar to phenomenological control in some ways. So I'm going to go through this figure description here. It says that they use this metaphor, wine dark sea from the Odyssey, as an example. And they say, in this diagram, which I'm going to show now, we initially have the normal case of a sensual object with its sensual qualities. So they are referring to the sea here. There is here, RO means real object, SO is sensual object. The real object of the sea, we don't have it, right? By reading this metaphor, wine dark sea, we don't have access to the actual sea, but we have the sensual object, which you can think of as kind of our representation of the sea. Then it goes on and says, by assigning improbable but not impossible new sensual qualities to the sensual object, here wine darkness is something that is not really usually associated with the sea, such as the metaphorical wine dark sea rather than the literal dark blue sea. The sensual object sea is cancelled. So this association that is proposed between the sensual object of the sea and the sensual qualities of wine is not really possible. So in some way, this sea object is cancelled, being unable to uphold such unusual qualities. A mysterious real object is needed to do the job. So again, you don't have to really understand this. This is just a quick glimpse of their theory. A mysterious real object is needed to do the job, which could potentially be the real object of the sea. But again, we don't have access to that because reading wine dark sea doesn't bring us to the beach, unfortunately. So it says, but since sea as real object withdraws inaccessibly from the scene, the sensual qualities of the metaphor are supported instead by the only real object that is not withdrawn from the situation. I, myself, a real experiencer of the metaphor. So what they are saying here is that I, the subject, reading this metaphor, I have to get involved somehow, and I'm the one that is upholding these qualities somehow. So in order for this object, the wine dark sea, to exist, I have to read the metaphor and somehow make it happen. So I think this is a thing that I found very reminiscent when reading about phenomenological control. I think it maps very easily here to, we have the metaphor, which is wine dark sea, which is in a sense counterfactual. Wine dark, like the sea cannot be wine dark, right? The only thing that can be wine dark, strictly speaking, is wine. And this is contradicting the factual, the literal statement dark blue sea, for example. And in a similar way as in phenomenological control, this contradiction is resolved by the subject in a way that makes it so that the counterfactual seems real. So that's the part where I saw this parallel, and then I started going a bit deeper into it, and it was striking for me to find that yes, there is this mapping between the contradiction of the two objects, etc., but also there is this emphasis in Triple O's aesthetics on the importance of shifting our idea of art from being something that is done by the artist to the aesthetic experience being something that is happens only in the aesthetic beholder. So art happens in the person who is perceiving it somehow. Also, they have this emphasis on how the subject has to be actively involved, same as in phenomenological control. They talk about theatricality, but there is no time to explain that in detail. But basically, the subject also has to participate actively. And also, there is this very strong and important part of their theory, which is that according to them, art is not about knowledge, it's not about existing objects, it's about the thing that is happening is that a new object is being generated. So I found it quite striking to see all these parallels. There is, in both of these cases, there is contradiction at the core of the experience. There is this emphasis on shifting our understanding of it in a certain way. The subject has to participate actively and something is being generated. So I wrote about this in much more detail here if you want to read this. Today, I'm not going to have time to go in all the details. I'm actually running out of time already. But yeah, so I think this work is interesting it was interesting for me as an experience, and I think it can be interesting for people because object-oriented ontologies are quite a mature philosophical framework, and I think it's nice it gives some interesting tools to dissect phenomenological control from a theoretical perspective. I think it can be useful for people who are using phenomenological control to understand it as an aesthetic experience. For example, I found Vince's talk super interesting, and I think it's important it can be a new perspective, to think about experiments as aesthetic experiences. So thinking of subjects that go into your lab as people who are going into the cinema, for example, or a museum. And I think it also could serve to revive a bit the analysis of what role do metaphors play in hypnosis. So this happened within the context of my PhD, where I was studying.
10 minutes.
Yes, thank you. So I was studying psychedelics, actually. I was giving LSD to mice and doing electrophysiological recordings. I also got interested in the phenomenology of psychedelics. Psychedelics are very tricky to study. This is like my favorite meme about the topic. It's very difficult to blind studies of psychedelics. So there is all kinds of theories about how psychedelics may be modulating, like their effects seem to be very strongly modulated by the subject and by the context. There are a myriad theories addressing this, and for me, this work with phenomenological control at a theoretical level was very useful in order to propose phenomenological control as a potential framework to understand these other theories. I wrote about that in my thesis, which is also now available online. And Zoltan asked me to maybe emphasize some empirical implications of this work. And I think there are many. I decided to just choose one that I like lately, which is this idea of generativity. So as I was saying, one of the very direct parallels here is that both object-oriented ontology aesthetics and phenomenological control theory emphasize the importance of generating something in these scenarios. And I think for me, this leads to like a pretty obvious, perhaps, prediction, which is that if we are looking for a mechanistic basis for this phenomena, I would my intuition would be to look into the hippocampal entorhinal circuits, because this is like a very kind of booming literature right now about sequence generation. We are understanding more and more about how the certain cells in these circuits are able to generate sequences independently of experience. And yeah, I think this is it's a nice way also to move beyond predictive accounts and predictive coding stuff. And yeah, just a potential mechanistic abstract for phenomenological control. And with that, I want to thank both of my labs. I just finished my PhD, and I was in both of these labs, and I want to thank everyone listening.
You mentioned theatricality. It reminds me of Simon Poe's account of hypnosis. What would be the difference between using phenomenological control and acting? Acting is sort of metaphorically being something else.
Sorry, what was that a question, Sultan? I'm not sure I heard the whole thing.
What would be the difference between acting and phenomenological control, in that acting is sort of metaphorically becoming another character, living another reality?
Yeah, I guess it's the conscious aspect of acting, no? Like I guess acting, you're doing it voluntarily, and phenomenological control is something that happens somewhat independently of your conscious intentions, perhaps.
Yeah.
I think it's an interesting parallel, like maybe when thinking about like psychology experiments, I think acting is actually an interesting framework to think about as an experimenter. No, like you can think of yourself as an actor or a performer in a certain way. Like I think it's something that is not maybe it's obvious just from studying demand characteristics, but we are crafting an experience for experimental subjects in some way. So I think it's one way to look at it would be to think of yourself as being an actor, no? And it's like you are doing a theater for the subjects.
Yes. All right. Well, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Start. Have a break.
We'll carry on to Keisuke.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
That's never happened. Don't worry, won't say that. So. Yeah, I think so. Just. Maybe this stuff, maybe project same stuff. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah.
Hello. Can you see my slide?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So okay, yeah. Hello everyone. I'm Keisuke Suzuki from Hokkaido University, and it's a shame I cannot attend this workshop in person, but yeah, it's a bit far away. I'm still in Japan. So I'm gonna give a talk today about this Japanese version of phenomenological control scale we developed in Japan and published last year with Shu Imaizumi, my collaborator. And unfortunately, he cannot be here. So on his behalf, I will explain our work in like 10 minutes. So I can maybe skip this part, but yeah, hypnotic suggestibility measured how much people are influenced by suggestion, but we need to put this in broader context. So in this line, like the people in University of Sussex developed phenomenological control scale, avoid like using the term hypnosis, and like Peter Lush and Zoltan and the colleagues in Sussex published the paper in 2021. And so our work here, like Japanese version, is just replication, and it's just creating the version, Japanese version, which of course language is different, but we also add some like really bit small, but yeah, some small addition to the original one. Oh, yeah, and it was already published in Neuroscience of Consciousness last year. Okay, and so I just got, it's a very straightforward study. So I just going through. So instruction, oh yeah, this is one small difference. I really like the Pete really soothing voice, recorded voice, but instead in our Japanese version, we use this artificially generated, artificially synthesized voice, which is not like a, very like robot-like. It actually sounds like a real human. So, but it's anyway still synthesized. So we don't actually record anyone's voice. Just after the back translation, we just created a script and creating voice based on that. And yeah, the original version, of course, it's English. So we did a back translation, and thanks to Pete, we had like approved by original author. The translation is fine enough. Sample size, this is all online experiment, and we have yeah, we have like retest paradigm. So we have like a first 261 participant, and then not all of them, but more than half of them are returned after nearly a month, and then they did the exact same test. And we measure, of course, the target questionnaire phenomenological control scale, Japanese version, but also we are tested schizotypical personality questionnaire belief version to examine the convergent and the discriminant validity from the PCS scale. And I think this online version of the experiment is, I of course recognize Bensei Paufi. He did a full online experiment, but not the PCS. He did that with the hypnotic suggestibility, not the PCS. So it's like we combined his study with the PEAT version. So we did the PCS Japanese version in full online experiment. And yeah, quickly, this is the result. I think total mean is 1.82. And if we compare with the original one, I think the swash is the one Bensei tested for online. And we found like a difference from the swash, but we didn't find any difference between PCS and PCSJ. So I think that swash is a little bit different in terms of the item. So this is understandable. And this is a result of the test retest reliability. So this is also very consistent between the first test and second test. It means like they did 10 participants did the same test in 1 month apart, and checking how they consistent results wise between these two trials. Okay, and what next? And yeah, and validity of the scale. And as I said, we also tested this schizotypy questionnaire, and I think I heard from my people, maybe mainly Pete, like hypnotic suggestibility is not correlated with any other psychological personal trait, but I found some study shows some correlation with schizotypy, especially positive schizotypy. So we did this SPQV questionnaire with the phenomenological control scale. And SPQV has 3 subscales. One is cognitive perceptual domain, like magical thinking, unusual perceptual experience, which is associated with the positive schizotypy. And second one is the interpersonal one, more toward like a social anxiety. And this is more like negative schizotypy. And the third one is the disorganized subscale, which is characterized with a discursive, vague speech and odd or eccentric behavior. And the result we found, the correlation between the SPQV and PCSJ is I think the total score and cognitive and perceptual subscale, which is basically positive schizotypy one, has a positive, like a significant correlation between them. And interpersonal one and the disorganized one, interpersonal one has a successful discrimination, so they don't have the correlation between the scale, the PCS and this subscale, interpersonal subscale. And disorganized one, we don't find, it's not reaching the, I'll say, conclusive evidence. So that's kind of supporting, it's basically replicating the original study showing this correlation between the suggestibility and the positive schizotypy, and also it's kind of also supporting the only the positive symptom of the schizotypy could be more strongly correlated with the hypnotizability or phenomenological control. So that's basically all we did. So the summary, we developed the Japanese version of PCS and translated and validated Japanese version and confirmed through 2 online experiments, reliability and validity. And this is all done with online self-assessment. So we don't need anyone to monitor them, just that they do by themselves. And it actually takes around 35 minutes, including everything like instruction and everything. And it's kind of incremental, but I just put 2 novelty. So this is a full online system, and it's actually still running on my one of the free what's called provider. So anyone can, not so many people speaking Japanese, but in Japan, anyone can actually access to this online system. And the novelty 2 is a link to the schizotypy. So we identified the significant correlation between PCS and the schizotypy trait, especially positive schizotypy. Okay. And that's kind of end all about our paper, but we just the developing this Japanese version is not just and here we want to use this in other experiments. So I just quickly talk about our ongoing experiment. So as you guys may know, like a false heartbeat feedback, false physiological feedback change cognitive and perceptual behavior. And one is actually from Hugo Critcheri in BSMS. And this one is like hearing the false heartbeat. They believe this is your own heartbeat, but they hear like false heartbeat. That affect the emotional judgment of the faces. So participant, I think, rated higher for the neutral face. So they feel, I think, positive emotion, even the face is pure neutral. Okay, but there's there's 2 different ways. So either it's a mismatch of the own action. So the force feedback actually affect your own heart, own heartbeat, like entrainment. So it could maybe this change in cognitive emotional judgment can be influenced by the actual heartbeat change. Or, of course, this could be explained by top-down, expectation. You believe this is your heartbeat, and if it's speeding up or slowing down, you just judge something differently. So we just checking which story is more valid in this kind of experiment. So we just did replicate in the original study, and same time we measure PCS for all the participants. So that's all. Thank you very much, and special thanks to the Pete for helping our study. Thank you.
Hi, Keisuke. It's Ryan.
Oh, hey.
Great to hear you talk. Just a really simple question about context. Did you have the phenomenological control measure? Was that done in a different time point or within the same context as your schizotypy measure?
You mean like, we did I think one participant did the both in the same time.
They did
yeah.
Okay, because
they
it's just
recruited and doing the both in order.
Sorry. So they did it in the same session, yeah? So they did the
exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
So we have like this retest, so we have 2 sessions. So only for the first session, everyone did the SPQB.
Okay.
But we didn't do the retest session, of course.
Okay. I'm sure you're aware, I mean, certainly we've done that ourselves in different time points when we've been screening for phenomenological control. We often have the experiment in the same session, but a lot of the effects that we do observe don't then replicate when we take it out of context. So when we retest, we've got people who are already screened and we make no mention of phenomenological control. and then retest whatever the particular experiment was. And it's common that we see a reduction or in some instances a complete elimination.
I see.
So it would be really useful to know if you're able to, and I don't know how it works when you're dealing with online people like that, whether you can go back to people that have already been screened and test them without them knowing that this is in relation to phenomenological control. It's just kind of it's a really important point to be able to make strong arguments, because Pete will tell you the amount of hassle you have with reviewers on this point otherwise. So it's definitely worth trying to bear that in mind if you're designing it. If you know that you're going to be able to go back to them a second time, doing things in a different context is really worthwhile. Preferably where they have no idea that it's relating to their original phenomenological control measure. But,
thanks. Yeah, that's very helpful. Yeah.
Cool. Really, really interesting. Thank you.
Yeah.
Is this where the mic is?
Yeah, just anyway. Yeah.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Can hear.
Hi, your talk's really interesting. I think it's really cool that you were able to replicate in a different language. I'm not familiar with Japanese, and I was wondering if it is essentially the same or if there's a language difference for the questions in the PC scale where it's asking like, could you do XYZ? Like, could you taste this or could you move your hands and stuff? Is it similar or is it more of like a did you or can you kind of things? I'm wondering if that's like I was wondering if like how that translates in Japanese.
I see. Yeah, we were very careful about that. Like, yeah, is it like actually ordering or like begging, or it's a very nuanced thing. So I think we replicate like the meaning very well, and we check like we as a native speaker check, and then Pete checked. It's like after the back translation, it's exact same meaning. So I'm confident about translation, but I'm not sure about other language. Like Japanese is maybe strongly influenced by Western language through their translation culture. So maybe our way of thinking is quite similar. But if you go to more local language, maybe that's very important to be aligned. Language meaning. Yeah.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Hi, Keisuke.
Hey.
How you doing?
Good.
So I was just thinking, I mean, just while you're here, it would be worth looking at some of the other effects, like particularly the ones that we've looked at online, some of the experimental ones, simple ones like the visually evoked auditory response, hearing the sounds when you're watching the videos. It would be quite good to see how that replicates in a different cultural context, or whether it does. That's quite a simple one to do. So I wonder if you'd be interested at some point in running an online study like that and matching it to these things.
Yeah, that's quite easy to do. So we actually are using, gonna use other population for other study, but we can just add the very short video clip, isn't it? Just the and the tower is just jumping, or is that one you're talking? Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one.
So yeah, cool. I'm happy to do that in Japanese population. Cool.
All right, thanks.
Yeah. No.
We can't hear you, Jana.
Is it better?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, perfect. So, hello everybody again. I'm really happy to be here, although I would be even happier to be there in person, but I couldn't come. So I will be now talking about the study that we are currently running with Zoltan. So it's more of a design of the study, a pre-registered design of a study. And I'm coming from a laboratory for the experimental research of religion. So my primary training is in cognitive and evolutionary sciences of religion. And that's why we are now focusing on the relation between experiences of a spirit world and phenomenological control. So if you look across the world, cultures and time, you see that people have experiences of a spirit world, as Zoltan was also mentioning in the beginning, throughout the cultures. It can be, for example, in medieval Christian mysticism, but also, for example, in Siberian shamanism, where the shamans are talking with spirits and they can travel through the different worlds. Or in our Western context, for example, in spiritualism, where people are channeling spirits and making automatic drawings of the worlds that they can see. Or super recently, for example, is popular channeling of Pleiadians, which are aliens from Pleiades that people actually channel through their bodies and they talk through their bodies, etc. So, of course, the question is, what exactly enables these direct sensory experiences of the spirit world that are not just imagination, they are actually like felt bodily and sensorially by the people who have them. So in the context of cognitive and evolutionary sciences of religion, people, or especially the anthropologist Tanja Luhrmann, are mostly using absorption disposition to explain why some people are talented for having this sort of spiritual experiences. And it's true that she and also others already found some evidence across different cultural contexts that absorption might be actually related positively to the ability to have spiritual experiences. But the problems with absorption are twofold. First, what was the scale meant to measure originally? Why and how was it developed? And second, that it's actually measuring absorption directly with spiritual experiences. So there is probably a problem of demand characteristics. The absorption scale that is mainly used for measuring absorption is Telegen absorption scale from 1974, or its later adaptation from 2005. And absorption was originally constructed to explain individual differences in hypnotizability. So we are coming back to the problem of hypnosis. And also it is composed of multiple different dimensions. For example, in the modified scale, the dimensions could range from synesthesia to altered states of consciousness to aesthetic involvement in nature. So you can see that it's a bit of a mixed bag, I would say, disposition. And that's why like current or newer literature is not even saying that it's like one common trait or one underlying trait, that it's more like a set of different, somewhat related propensities rather than one unitary construct. And it was originally developed to really explain why some people can be hypnotized. Also, the question are sometimes, if you look at the respective items, they are somewhat weirdly specific, I would say, in times. Like, for example, if you, when you are listening to organ or other powerful music, feel as if you are lifted into the air, which, I mean, I can imagine very many different ways how people can feel while listening to powerful music, or asking if while acting in a play you feel something, which, I mean, not everybody is an actor. Even though I understand the question, I think that such measures can be done to avoid these cultural and personal biases better. So but if you look at the actual results, as I was saying, there is a positive relation between spiritual experiences and absorption across cultures. But I think that it can be related to the problem of demand characteristics. Because, for example, in relation to hypnotizability, absorption had also kind of like a robust relation, but only when it was measured together, either in the same experimental context or when the cues to the hypnotic context were actually present. If they were not present and it was outside of such a context, the relationship was way, way weaker. So we actually think that this can be true also about spiritual experiences, because why not? And if you look at the studies that previously found positive relationship, they were always measured together with spiritual experiences. So first of all, we think that there is actually no need for absorption or other extra constructs, because phenomenological control actually is hypnotizability, but of course stripped off the original context of hypnotic rituals, or possibly like other types of rituals. As was already mentioned, it is the ability of subject to experience reality differently from actual sensory data, even if the contrary sensorial evidence is clearly presented to them, which of course fits perfectly to many sorts of spiritual experiences that are actually sensorially active and that are creating subjectively real experience of some other world or beings or states of mind, for example. And also, important point here is that it's an active strategy of the experience. It is something that people actually want to experience, even though they feel about it as if it's happening to them involuntarily. So, based on this theory, we assume that many religious and spiritual experiences are actually strategic constructions by the experiencer, that phenomenological control evolved to promote such experiences of a spirit world in order to support religious belief, to fit into the context where religious belief are somehow beneficial to have. And also that spiritual experiences that are not of perceptual contact with the spirit world, so for example, sense of gratitude for religion that people also might feel, or sense of interconnectedness of oneself with the world or the nature around, also depends on other traits than phenomenological control, because they are not directly related to our sensory experience. But that phenomenological control can actually increase those experiences that are not of active sensory involvement with the spirit world by the way of giving one those experiences. So if somebody is actually able to have visions, for example, of spiritual beings or seeing the other realities, it actually increases their gratitude for having the religion that they perceive as real. So what we decided to do is to actually directly test both scales, that is phenomenological control scale and also sensory delight scale, which is adaptation of Tanja Luhrmann of the original absorption scale, because both absorption scales are actually behind paywall. So we wanted to use this one, which is open source, and it's actually very closely correlated to the original absorption scales. And also we used two different scales for measuring spiritual experiences. The first one is also created by Tanja Luhrmann and her colleagues. It's called Spiritual Event Scale. And it's first of all focusing directly on sensory spiritual experiences. And also it has been actually validated across different cultural contexts. And the other scale, which also has been validated across different cultures, is by Lynn Underwood, and it's actually mixing the sensory active experiences of the spirit world with experiences of gratitude, affection towards religion, etc. So with those ones that we don't think would be directly predicted by PC scale. So our predictions specifically are, first of all, that the tendency to have spiritual experiences indicating a spirit world, such as apparent perceptual contact with spirits, gods, or other realities, depends on phenomenological control ability. Second, that experiences that are not of perceptual contact would depend on the tendency to delight in sensory experiences, which is the absorption scale of Tanja Luhrmann. above and beyond any dependence on phenomenological control. And the last one is that the unique ability of phenomenological control to predict non-sensory spiritual experiences would be completely mediated by the capacity to have sensory spiritual experiences. So how are we running the study? So we are currently collecting the data since the start of this semester. It is a survey study on UK undergraduate students. And because we wanted to avoid demand characteristics that were probably present in the previous studies, we used the scale that all the subjects already completed, the PC scale that all the subjects completed previously. And now we are running two sets of questionnaires as two different studies. So the first set is about the spiritual experiences questionnaires. So both the spiritual events scale and the daily spiritual experiences scale. And then separately, there is another study as if for the students that is asking them about the sensory delight scale, which is the Luhrmann's adaptation of absorption scale. And as for the analysis, so we would regress either for the first prediction, spiritual event scale, or for the second prediction, the daily spiritual experiences scale on PC scale and the spiritual delight scale. And evidence for each of the slopes will be measured with bias factors. And for the third prediction, we would run a mediation model where phenomenological control scale will be used to predict daily spiritual experiences through the mediator of spiritual event scale. Confused by all the abbreviations. Anyway, in all equations, we would be control, of course, for the absorption scale. Okay, perfect. So I'm just basically finishing. So the data collection is currently in progress. I was thinking maybe we would be already able to present some pilot data, which we still didn't have enough to present it, but I mean, let's hope that the data collection will end soon and I will be able to present the results, I don't know, maybe at some other phenomenal workshop. So yeah, that's all for me. If you want to see the full pre-registration, just scan the code and I'm happy to hear any questions, or maybe also you can ask Zoltan if you want.
Hi. Really interesting talk. I think you have some really cool plans for your study. I noticed in the sensory delight scale that there are questions like music has colors and moves around me. And
Yes,
I was
sure.
wondering if you had considered, I have two suggestions. One being checking a synesthesia screener. Like, do individuals in your study have synesthesia so that this isn't like a mystical kind of a thing, but just like like they're literally experiencing that. And two, it'd be interesting. I'm wondering if you considered checking any of these questions, like exploratory studies, follow-up post-hoc, doing an item level analysis to see if any of the particular items on these scales are the ones that drive influences the most or have the largest effect size, etc. So so two suggestions, questions, follow-ups from you about synesthesia and item level.
Yeah, thank you. This is, I think, definitely a good tip to look at the item level correlations. I think we can definitely try that. And for the synesthesia, I mean, as I was saying, synesthesia is actually one dimension of the original and also of the modified Delegan absorption scale. So they were actually assuming that people who are high on absorption would be also synesthetic or have synesthesia. So that's why I was also like saying that it's a bit of a mixed bag scale that is actually maybe confusing different things that for some reasons seems to be correlated, but not because they would be connected by some one unitary underlying disposition. So we just are taking the scale as it was. And for that reason, definitely, the item level analysis could be interesting to see like how well those dimensions are actually related to spiritual and other unusual experiences.
Yeah, really interesting follow-up ideas there. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Just to say, Jana, term has finished here.
Yeah, okay.
We got 180 responses on the spiritual experiences
Okay.
questionnaires, which I was running. I haven't looked at the Max was running the sensory delight scales. I haven't looked at the numbers on that. But I'll get the data. We might need to run next term to get the numbers to reach. But still, it's possibly decent numbers. We're probably about 300 screened on the phenomenological control. So it's possible most of those 180 did the spiritual experiences we have a phenomenological control score for. Yeah, how many also did the sensory delight scale? I'm not sure that could bring the numbers down a bit, but I can give you access to the databases, and you can coordinate the different. It's a little bit of a faff, but you can coordinate the different databases and see what we have. Yeah, that's really interesting to see how that turns out.
Yes, yeah. Okay, perfect.
Any other questions? Well, great.
Yeah, so first I wanted to thank you for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here and share some of my work with you. Before I get to my talk, I would like to briefly introduce myself and give a bit of a context for my work. So I'm a third-year PhD student at the Vrije Universiteit of Amsterdam in the cognitive psychology section. And the overarching theme of my PhD is the voluntary and hypnotic control of automatic processes. And in other words, I study whether deeply automatic processes can be changed using mental strategy or hypnotic suggestions. And in my research, we focus on domains such as reading, temperature regulation, and also on visual perception. I'm supervised by Johannes Fahrenfort at the Vrije Universiteit of Amsterdam and also by Simon van Gaal from the University of Amsterdam, where I'm part of the Conscious Brain Lab there. So in a way, my PhD is connected to both of these universities. Because of the topic of my PhD, we naturally started reading more about hypnosis literature and different theories of hypnotic responding. And that's how we came across the idea of phenomenological control and the call control theory that are proposed by the organizers of this workshop. So I'm very happy to actually be invited to this workshop. And what became especially relevant for us was the idea that some people are simply more responsive to suggestions than others, which made these individual differences relevant for our work. So in this project, I'll talk today, we used the phenomenological control scale as a measure of suggestibility in a non-hypnotic context. So throughout the talk, I'll just refer to this ability as suggestibility. In this project, we looked at whether people could consciously influence the automatic reading response within the Stroop task, and whether that was related to suggestibility. And secondly, we also looked at the relationship between suggestibility and metacognitive efficiency. All right, so I'm going to start this talk by asking you to not read this text and just simply listen to my voice. And yeah, even though I ask you to not read this text, the chances are that your brain had already done it before you could even stop it. And with this example here, I wanted to illustrate the idea that once we've learned how to read, it just becomes automatic. And in the lab, we can study this phenomenon with the famous Stroop task. In our study, with 205 participants, they were presented with words that can either be incongruent, neutral, or congruent with respect to the color in which they are presented. And they just had to indicate the color of the stimulus using a key button. What generally happens is that participants show an effect known as Stroop interference. So on the plot here, you can see the reaction time difference, showing that participants were slower on incongruent compared to neutral trials. And throughout my talk, I will refer to this condition, what happens at the baseline. This Stroop interference happens because for incongruent trials, those trials contain a conflict between the two dimensions of the stimulus. We have the color on one hand and the meaning of the word that is triggered automatically. What also happens is an effect known as Stroop facilitation. So participants are slower on neutral compared to congruent trials. And that's because for congruent trials, this time, there is a match between these two dimensions of the stimulus, so participants are faster. All in all, these Stroop effects illustrate that reading is automatic and it often escapes our conscious control. And you have experienced yourself that you cannot stop reading when you're presented with words, even when you're asked to focus on a completely different task. However, research showed that this reading response within the Stroop task can be controlled. And one way to achieve this is to give participants a hypnotic suggestion to not read. So that is a suggestion to see the words on the screen as gibberish, as words in a foreign language. This plot shows what is expected from this suggestion effect. So when participants are suggested to not read, the Stroop interference is expected to be reduced, and that's because the meaning of the words might not be interfering as much this time. And also, the Stroop facilitation is expected to decrease, because if participants are truly not reading, they shouldn't benefit from this word meaning either. On this plot, I wanted to show you the results from 11 individual studies on this subject. So the studies show that only for highly suggestible individuals, these are individuals who can control their experiences in line with the suggestion that is given to them. They can reduce or even eliminate completely the Stroop interference when they're given the suggestion, compared to when they perform the task at the baseline. However, across the studies, there are weaker or no effects at all for the Stroop facilitation. And here, the fact that the suggestion to not read does not eliminate this facilitation effect suggests that people might still process the words to some extent, but they're just better able to control the interference from the meaning of the word. Another study showed that people can actually produce this effect not only when they're given a hypnotic suggestion, but also when they're simply asked to voluntarily imagine the words on the screen as gibberish. So this is what I will call, throughout my talk, the volition condition. So they showed, again, that only for highly suggestible people, they are able to reduce Stroop interference, but not Stroop facilitation in the volition compared to the baseline condition. And a leading theory on hypnosis, called control theory, predicts that actually this ability to voluntarily suppress the interference from the reading is not exclusive to only highly suggestible people. And that brings me to two key claims from control theory on suggestibility. So first of all, this theory argues that actually suggestibility is not a unique trait. And by that, what I mean is that with enough motivation, anyone can actually voluntarily suppress the reading and reduce troop interference, regardless of how suggestible they are. And instead, this theory explains that highly suggestible people respond more strongly to the hypnotic suggestions because they're just not aware of their intentions to comply with the suggestions, leading their actions to feel automatic and making the suggestions therefore more powerful. But people low on suggestibility, on the other hand, they stay aware of this intention, so the effect is weaker or absent. So according to this theory, the individual differences in suggestibility are the differences in their metacognitive insight into their intentions to act in line in response to a suggestion. And in this project, we tested both of these claims. So what we did, participants completed the experiment in 3 parts. So first, they completed the phonological control scale, which, as I've mentioned, is an adapted measure of suggestibility or hypnotizability in a non-hypnotic context, and that was important for us to keep it that way.
10 minutes.
Yeah. And the next participants completed the Stroop task under the 2 conditions using the procedure that I've explained previously. So starting with the first claim, we tested whether the volition strategy influenced any of the Stroop effects. And what we've found is actually that Stroop interference was smaller in the volition compared to the baseline condition, although the evidence for this reduction was only anecdotal. In contrast, however, we found that Stroop facilitation was similar across the 2 conditions, with moderate to strong evidence supporting the null hypothesis. We further tested this claim using the Bayesian ordinal modeling framework, where we test for ordinal relationships between the conditions. And the conditions that I'm referring to are the interference and facilitation under the baseline and the volition condition. So when we had a bunch of models that we compared against the null, and what we observed actually is that none of the models outperform the null in fitting the data. But what we can also see is that there's one model that yielded the highest bias factor out of the rest, that was actually moderately preferred over the next best model. But when you compare this model against the null, they're not distinguishable. So that model refers to the pattern that I talked about earlier, that we found Stroop interference that is lower under the volition compared to the baseline condition, while at the same time showing no difference for facilitation. So that tells me that participants might be able to slightly reduce interference, but not facilitation when they're using this voluntary strategy to not read. But yeah, the evidence indicates that if any true effect on interference, it's either very small and difficult to detect, or it's absent altogether. And then with the present data, we're just unable to distinguish between these 2 possibilities. And although this evidence was not conclusive, we nevertheless tested the central prediction of the theory, whether this observed effect, however small, varied as a function of suggestibility, because it can be that a small effect might be present only at certain levels of suggestibility. So on the y-axis here, you have the Stroop interference, and when the plotted for the 2 conditions, and then on the x-axis is people's suggestibility. So consistent with the theory, actually, we found that participants showed similarly small reductions in Stroop interference, regardless of how suggestible they were. And there's a moderate to strong evidence supporting the absence of an interaction effect between the suggestibility and the task condition. So with that, these findings are more consistent with call control theory in the sense that suggestibility does not reflect a special capacity for enhanced control over the cognitive processes. But at the same time, we should interpret this conclusion with caution because of the small and uncertain voluntary reduction in reading interference that we observed overall. All right, so now I'm going to move on to the second claim, where we examine whether people with less metacognitive insight into their intention to act tend to also have higher suggestibility scores. And to measure the degree to which individuals have insight into their own intentions when they generate actions, they completed an action task. So in this task, they had a cursor that they had to move in order to hit a target.
That's 5 minutes.
Importantly, on 50% of the trials, the mapping between the mouse and the cursor was deviated, such that participants had to correct for this deviation in order to hit the target. Then they were asked to indicate whether deviation was present or not, and they also rated the confidence in each response. And based on signal detection theory, we computed participants' metacognitive efficiency for action. And this is our measure. That's how we operationalize in this context the extent to which individuals have insight into their own intentions when they generate actions. So for the third part of the experiment, participants performed this task preceded by 2 blocks of the staircase, where we adjusted this angle of the cursor so that they do not perform at ceiling. Finally, testing the second claim. In this figure, we show how suggestibility is predicted by the metacognitive efficiency for action. And we found close to strong evidence that, contrary to what was expected, metacognitive efficiency in the generating action does not predict people's suggestibility scores. So therefore, with the way we measure metacognitive efficiency, we could not confirm the second claim of the theory. So from this talk, I wanted to conclude 2 things. Is first that, first of all, it was hard for us to replicate this main effect of voluntary control over the reading interference in a non-hypnotic context, even with a large sample size, and that this effect can be weaker or absent altogether than previously assumed. But if we assume that this effect exists and it's true and it's small, it doesn't depend on suggestibility. And secondly, we also provide evidence that differences in suggestibility does not reflect participants' general metacognitive insight into their intentions to act. And with that, I would like to conclude my talk and thank you all for listening and for the opportunity to present here today. And I'm happy to take your questions.
Thanks, Vlada. That's really interesting. I thought maybe one difference with Bensei's study was we gave the hypnotic suggestion first,
Yeah.
and then said, and you can do that volitionally.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't do that, right? Is that right?
No, so that was what we wanted to do with this study, was to try to replicate this voluntary strategy in a non-hypnotic context. So that's why we used the phonological control scale instead of the suggestibility. And second of all, we didn't include any hypnotic suggestions. So it was just a strategy using the same instructions that you used as well.
Yes.
So I think my conclusion...
Did you ask them to use you didn't ask them to use phenomenological control either. You just said imagine.
Yeah, so I used the same instructions where they're just asked to imagine the words on the screen as gibberish, as in a foreign language, and that they can do that, that it's under their control. And we try to motivate that they should believe that this is achievable.
Yes.
So yeah, my conclusion was that the context yeah, matters.
Possibly, although you don't have evidence one way or the other, so it's a bit hard to conclude anything much. But I do wonder if getting them to use the phenomenological control first, as Bensei did, it gives them an example of being immersed in it as if it were reality, and which then helps them when they use their imagination to fully engage in the imagination and not half-heartedly engage.
What do you
Yeah.
So what do you mean by them using phonological control? Just going through the questionnaire, you mean, first?
We gave it as a hypnotic suggestion first, and then said, now you can, the experience you had there, you can achieve volitionally. So that then became the example model, which we referred to say that you could do volitional. Unfortunately, we've run out of time now, but yeah, that was really interesting.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's a good suggestion, indeed. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone. Can you see my screen and can you hear me?
Yep.
Nice. So thank you for having me. I'm very happy to be here. And today I will talk about the role of subjective experience in cognitive conflict adaptation. So this is part of my PhD, which is supervised by Axel Clermont on an ERC project about subjective experience. And the claim is that subjective experience has functional effects. It means that what we feel influences what we do. And one way of assessing the claim is to look at situations where our beliefs don't match the reality, for example, in placebo effects and phenomenological suggestions. So as an example, for example, with the subjective experience and placebo effects, we can observe that there is a healing process of an inert pill or procedure, but also the experience of symptoms without pathological disruptions. And this case illustrates that what's in your head, it means that what we create can both create and disrupt physical symptoms. And as an illustration, I put an image about placebo responses as contextual effects. But this is about cognition. So there is placebo effects in clinical context, but we don't really know how it extends to cognition. And here we use a situation where people's subjective experience doesn't match the objective situation to assess this. And yeah, the goal is to isolate the effects of subjective experience to answer the question, what if we experience something that misrepresents reality? Are we going to behave in accordance with our phenomenology or the objective signal? So to tease a bit, what I'm going to talk about today is the role of subjective experience in cognitive conflict adaptation. And I'm going to introduce priming task with incongruency relationship and the second shell congruency effects, and then how we manipulate here people's subjective experience of conflicts through suggestion, with the logic that if people believe that there is a conflict, independently of whether there is a real conflict, they should show conflict adaptation behavior, so just like a placebo effect. So what is conflict adaptation behavior? We already seen the example in the previous presentation, but so there is two types of trials, for example, here in a Stroop task, with congruent or incongruent relationship. And this is the classical congruency effects, but here we're going to talk about the second shell congruency effects. And it's the fact that the performance on a given trial depends on the congruency of the previous trial. So after a congruent trial, the standard congruency effect appears. So this red line on the graph. And after an incongruent trial, we see that there is a reduction of the congruency effects. Yeah, it kind of falls between the two extremes, and the congruency effect is clearly reduced. And we are also quicker to process an incongruent trial when it follows another incongruent trials compared to a congruent one. And something that is important to mention is that this adjustment is implicit and it occurs without conscious intent. So now it has been studied with paradigm like meta-contrast priming. So here we use, and those authors use arrow as prime and targets, and it's meta-contrast priming task. So it means that the target is also the mask for the prime because of the shape. And so it has been studied in the prism of is a subjective experience required or not to see those effects that I just explained to you on the previous graph. But here we took a slightly different angle. So they manipulated the prime visibility to assess this question. And here we took a bit of different angle to answer the question, what happens if people have the subjective experience of a conflict, but there is no objective conflict? And to do so, we had trial, I will explain it later, but so you already know the method, where we replaced the prime by this neutral shape, so there is no objective congruent or incongruent relationship between the prime and the target. And we induced a subjective experience of conflict through a Q conditioning procedure where in a learning phase, participants will see the congruent or incongruent relationship associated with sound. They will hear it. So we recruited 37 participants, and they had to do the suggestibility scale online before the experiment. We used the Swash scale because there is no adaptation of the PCS yet in French. And then participants came to the laboratory, and we first did a threshold control to be sure that participants could see stimuli in small duration. And then we did this conditioning phase where they were carrying the task on 60 trials with the visual and the sound. So it looks like that. So for the incongruent trial, they saw the prime and the targets that are in conflict, and a sound was like the red sound was associated to it. Then the eyes answered, and they had a feedback about the relationship on of the previous conflict that they just saw. And it's the same when it was congruent with another sound. So there was, for example, let's say that the red sound was a beep and the blue sound was a bap. And so the goal was that participants learned the relationship between the sound and the nature of the conflictual or non-conflictual trials. And then we did an experimental phase with 150 trials and 4 types of trials that I will show you just after, and metacognitive judgments. So for example, here on the objective trials, you can see that there is a prime, and so participant could see or not, because it was near threshold visibility, the prime and the target, and hear the sound, and they answer the question, and then left or right, so the orientation of the target, and then they had to answer if they perceived a conflict, yes or no. And on the subjective trials, that was almost similar, except that we replaced the prime by this neutral shape. So there were not any objective, congruent, or incongruent relationship between the prime and the target. It was just the sound that could indicate if there was a conflict or not. And our hypothesis were that conflict adaptation behavior should arise after objective trials as well as after subjective trials, and that this effect would be more pronounced on suggestible participants as measured by the Swash scale. Yes, I will present 3 types of results. So the first is about this Egner's second child congruency pattern by the previous trial type. So this is the theoretical explanation of or illustration of the second child congruency effects. And here we're going to look at these 2 variables. So here on the right side, it was when the previous trial type was objective, and on the left side it was when it was objective, and on the right side it was when it was subjective. And you can see that we observe a strong congruency effect when the previous trial was objectively congruent, or when it was only subjectively congruent, so with no prime and the sound. And this is the same regarding the preceding incongruent trial. So it's interesting because we can see that it's the same pattern that was described theoretically, and it's the same following the objective trials or the subjective trials. Now we're gonna explore this variable, so the difference to process an incongruent trial when it was preceded by an incongruent one compared to a congruent one. So we calculated an SCE index, which is the difference between these 2 type of trials. And we added the previous perceived conflicts. So here you can see that on the right side of the graph, it's when the previous trial was objective and that the person reported having perceived a conflict. And you can see that it's the strongest adaptation effects. But there is also, even it's slightly smaller, an adaptation effect when it's subjective trial and the person answered that she perceived a conflict. But interestingly, so just next to the big orange bar at the left, it's the case when there were objectively a trial, but the person didn't answer that she perceived a trial. And here we can see that there is no adaptation effect. So it shows that no matter if the trial is subjective or objective, it's how you will interpret it, the trial that will condition it, the adaptation effects. And to finish, we did correlation between this SCE index and the Swash score, and we find an evidence for no correlation. So to conclude, here our data show that a sham experience of conflict is sufficient to trigger adaptation behavior, even if this sham experience is constructed through conditioning, and that this adaptation behavior only occurs when the conflict is experienced. Importantly, this behavior is implicit and people don't have any conscious control or knowledge of it. And we found no correlation with the swash, so this could be a different mechanism than phenomenological control ability. Maybe here it's more related to associative learning or conditioning. That could be different mechanism than the one during hypnosis. That's a follow-up question. And yeah, so we concluded that subjective experience matters as well as the objective signal, and that this apply even on automatic or uncontrolled behaviors. Thank you. If you have any question.
That was fascinating work. I just wanted to ask, did you use a default prior for the base factor for that final correlation?
I don't think so.
What did you use for your model of H1?
I don't remember exactly, but I remember that I did a few correlation and I didn't observe any results, any correlation between each of the variables that could be correlated to the scale.
You had about 35 subjects.
Yeah, I know that this is a limitation, and yeah, I also tried to compare the most suggestible participants to the less suggestible participants, or to split the group in two. But yeah, it didn't show any correlation, but I think that the sample is a bit small.
Yeah, that's why I think with a sample of 35, it's almost impossible to get a good evidence for the null. I suspect what you had was a default prior, which assumed a large relationship. I suggest you do that. We can talk over email.
Yeah, I
You do an
will.
informed base factor that takes into account
Yeah, sure.
the adaptation effect that you actually have, and just how big a regression slope you could get based on that. Yeah, no, that was interesting.
Interesting, thank you.
Great, thanks so much.
All right. Okay, so I'm just going to talk about some of the recent work we've been doing in relation to this long-term project that's been running for the last few years, which is addressing this question, which can be summed up by Michael Garry and Kirsch's quote from about a decade ago. Given the ubiquitous effects of suggestion, should we worry that some of psychological science's well-known effects are really the result of unintentional suggestion? So, of course, people can, to varying degrees, change their experience in accordance with their goals, and we can measure this capacity with direct imaginative suggestions for the phenomenological control scale. The key to what we're doing here is to consider what's going on when we deliver imaginative suggestions. What we're doing is delivering demand characteristics in a certain form. It's a sort of constrained form of delivering demand characteristics. So let's unpack that a little bit. Martin Orn, of course, defined demand characteristics as the totality of cues which convey an experimental hypothesis to the subject. By the totality of cues, he meant all the cues. So these are cues that are inherent in the procedure, the information people have, the beliefs they bring with them, all sorts of anything really that can inform their beliefs about what's supposed to happen. If people form certain beliefs about what's supposed to happen, then this can lead to what we call demand effects, which of course are distinct from the cues. So an example of this comes in the form of the effect that predates hypnosis, mesmerism. Mesmer, of course, could induce apparently seizures and feelings of intense heat or various responses in his patients. He believed that what he was doing was manipulating the magnetic fluid and therefore the animal spirit. So he wasn't using direct suggestion like the hypnotist did later. Instead, the participants in his procedures were picking up on indirect cues, these indirect demand characteristics to generate the experiences. So what I'm talking about here is that this is what we think is a similar thing, the same thing, essentially, that's going on in experiments today. So there's just quickly this framework that Olivier Cornel and I developed a few years ago, just to clarify this a bit. In order for this hypothesis to hold, participants need to be hypothesis aware. That is, that they need to have beliefs about the experiment which match those of the experimenter about what's supposed to happen. They need to be compliant. They need to want to produce a hypothesis consistent effect, what Orn called good participants. And then they respond with phenomenological control to the degree that they are able. So the hypothesis is, of course, if an experimental effect is driven by phenomenological control, then trait phenomenological control, the scale scores should predict measures of that effect. Just going to quickly go through just three effects. In each case, the demand characteristics are clear. It's clear for the participant what it is that's supposed to happen, what they're supposed to experience. This first one is called the visually evoked auditory response. It involves hearing sounds that are described as like auditory white noise. You watch a series of abstract videos like this. The instructions for this study tell people what they're supposed to experience, but I think even if you weren't told what you're supposed to experience, it's clear just from the layout of the study there, which is seen by the participant, that you're expected to be experiencing some sound. This is the so-called autonomic sensory meridian response, or ASMR, famous from the internet. Involves static tingling sensations in the head and neck and this feeling of pleasantness and calm. And again, people know here that they're supposed to be reporting tingling when they watch videos, such as here, someone folding something or colouring in a picture. And finally, the rubber hand illusion, where a fake hand and a real hand are placed in front of, well, fake hand is placed in front of a participant, their real hand is hidden, and then you stroke the two hands in synchrony, and often with an asynchronous control condition. People report experiences of touch felt on the fake hand, of ownership of the fake hand, and a feeling like their own hand is closer to the fake hand. So there's the results of correlational studies of this, where on the x-axis in each case we've got phenomenological control scale, on the y-axis the measures of report. And you see that in each case, at the intercept here, when phenomenological control is at 0, the models predict little to no effect, and when phenomenological control is high, predict a substantial effect. So this is consistent with phenomenological control being the mechanism driving these effects. And this doesn't apply to all effects. These are some well-known visual hallucinations, traditionally thought of as being to some degree cognitively impenetrable or bottom-up, and these don't relate to phenomenological control in the same way. So that's all correlational stuff. It's not causal. It's plausible that phenomenological control could be causing these experiences, and that explains the correlation. But we haven't shown any causal evidence. We do know that phenomenological control can produce reports of similar experiences, such as feeling tactile sensations or auditory hallucinations or experiencing out of body experience. But can these particular experiences be triggered by imaginative suggestion, that is by the demand characteristics delivered through imaginative suggestion. Before we got to using imaginative suggestion for this, we first tried to manipulate people's beliefs by deception. I just want to talk about this briefly, just to describe some of the pitfalls that you might come across if you attempt to do something like this. So back when we did the rubber hand illusion study, we assigned participants to 3 different conditions. So the first one was a control condition where they weren't told to expect a particular direction of effect. The second one, they were told the dominant theory of the illusion and told that they should experience the illusion when the stroking was synchronous. And then the last one, they were given a cover story, which, as you'll see, perhaps wasn't very convincing, that was supposed to convince them that they were supposed to feel the effect in the asynchronous condition rather than the synchronous condition. This shows the expectancies for participants before they undertook the procedure, before they went through the rubber hand illusion procedure. You can see that the first group there, they expected the standard rubber hand illusion effect. They were the ones that weren't told what to expect. And the other 2 also expected in a similar direction. They expected the same thing. Everyone expected synchrony to be greater than asynchrony. What was going on? Well, people arrive at the experiment with certain beliefs, but also the procedure itself, if you just describe it to people in an instruction-based replication, as I did here a few years ago, you get the same pattern of results. It's clear to people that synchrony should cause the effect and not asynchrony. So when the demand characteristics are very clear to people, they suggest a particular direction of effects, it's going to be tricky to convince them otherwise. But we can use this non-deceptive alternative. We can manipulate the demand characteristics using imaginative suggestion. If you think about the example here, a magnetic hand suggestion, we're not trying to convince people that there's actually a magnet there. We're not trying to trick anybody into believing something. So it gets rid of that problem. So we tried this with the rubber hand illusion, 25 high phenomenological control participants. We gave them 2 suggestions. First, they all went through the procedure without any suggestion, just the standard rubber hand illusion procedure. And then they were given suggestions for the other 2 conditions. So first of all, to not experience ownership when there was synchronous stroking, and then to experience ownership when the synchrony was asynchronous. In other words, to reverse the classic effect and the expected effect. So examples of the suggestions there include things like it's not your hand's not made of plastic. You can see clearly it's not a real human hand, but simply a hand-shaped model. And for the asynchronous suggestion, to feel the experience, it's like, although the brush strokes do not exactly match the stroking on this hand, it seems as though the touch you feel is caused by the brush touching the hand you can see. And it seems as if this is your hand. An imaginative suggestion was able to reverse the effects. This is the stage 2 of the registered report. You can see that for the first plot there, referred touch, it seemed as though the touch I felt was caused by the paintbrush touching the rubber hand. The second plot, ownership, and for the third plot, this proprioceptive drift, the difference in the perceived location of your hand after the stroking procedure. The traditional effect, the classic effect, was reproduced without suggestion and then reversed with suggestion. This is the visually evoked auditory response, or ASMR, very similar, 28 high phenomenological control participants. And here we're trying to turn the experience of ASMR, reports of experience of ASMR, into visually evoked auditory response and vice versa, using these visually evoked auditory response abstract videos. So just people being given suggestions to experience tingling or to hear things. And again, we see that imaginative suggestion could reverse the effects. More in the auditory suggestion condition when people are given a suggestion to experience sound, you see more sound report. And when they're given a suggestion to experience tingling, ASMR, calm and pleasant tingling, you see more of that. So we can reverse these effects with domain characteristics if we use imaginative suggestion. This shows that phenomenological control can produce a given effect, but it isn't, of course, evidence that the effect can only arise by this mechanism. If you consider, you could give somebody a suggestion for analgesia that gets rid of their headache, but also there could be a headache pill that works by a different mechanism. Doesn't mean that all analgesia is suggestion. But we can test this. If you think of the visual illusions we looked at, you could give someone a suggestion that they're going to see one line longer than another that reverses, say, the vertical horizontal illusion. That, of course, wouldn't mean that it's always a suggestion. And then when we go and look at whether phenomenological control correlates, it doesn't. But if an effect can be caused by phenomenological control, that is, if a study like this shows that we can produce the effect that way, and it's also predicted by trait phenomenological control, then parsimony dictates that it may be attributable to phenomenological control. Because it's a domain general mechanism, phenomenological control should then be ruled out before appealing to other mechanisms, and ruled out, for example, by a controlled experiment. So when we're thinking about controlling beliefs, participant beliefs in an experiment, this is going to make us think about placebo controls, which are very common in medical research, but are almost vanishingly rare in experimental psychology. This was pointed out by Boot and colleagues in 2012. It's still the case now, I would say, that from what I've seen. These placebo controls could be traced back to mesmerism in the first place, and the 1784 Royal Commission's procedures where they manipulated the beliefs of people as to whether they were being mesmerized or not while blindfolded. So have somebody performing their mesmerism procedures while they're being told that that isn't happening, and vice versa, and thereby showed that the effects were due to belief. There's another nice example from these Perkins tractors where there's metal rods that are supposed to draw out the noxious electrical fluid around the same time. And these were shown to be, the effects were shown to be due to belief by painting a wooden rod to appear metal. Of course, participants couldn't tell which was which, and the expectancies were well controlled across conditions. We can't always match control well, but there's still other things we can do to try and minimize the main characteristics. And in this preprint, we've explored some of these different approaches that can be taken. So that's it. Thank you.
Do you think about potential other passive elements and effects that would be potentially attributed to PC that you've already studied?
Do I think that there are other candidate effects?
Kinds of the hand illusion and also
besides these that we've looked at? Yeah, because we looked at more than these. I think they can potentially show up anywhere where demand characteristics are transparent, where the participants can work out what's supposed to happen, and where it involves a change in experience. Probably particularly so when that change in experience is somehow kind of similar to imaginative, the sort of thing that we do with imaginative suggestion, where it's the sort of thing that someone might want to experience. Yeah, I think there's not going to be any shortage of examples. What I've been arguing for some time is that this is I see this as a problem akin to placebo, well, directly akin to placebo. And so it should be considered wherever it might be coming up. It should be a first assumption. Could it be explained by this before moving to other explanations? I think that this should make us think seriously about adopting the sort of controls that are standard in medicine We have these different standards of evidence in psychology and medicine and drug trials, and I think that maybe that shouldn't be the case. Yeah, just look around, and there'll be there's no shortage of possible examples. I think. But just with these were the particularly strong examples that stood out. That's all.
Can you repeat it? It was really nice that you can reverse the effects with the suggestion compared to the just change pattern instructions. You showed results for highest. Did you only really try with low as well? Would you expect just a less of a reverse, or kind of no effect?
Yeah, all right. So the question is, did we try it with lows as well? It's like, well, we haven't, partly because they're not going to show the rubber hand illusion in the first place. I mean, you'd see a difference between synchrony and asynchrony. But yeah, I mean, you'd predict that you're not going to see that reversal with lows, because the lows are defined by not responding to imaginative suggestion. So yeah.
Really knock down that.
I mean, yeah, to me, it seems kind of, if you've got somebody who does not respond to any suggestions, it seems trivial. Then will they respond to this suggestion? But
just to see, they might respond as shade of disagreement, because they do respond to the demand outputs as shade of disagreement.
Yeah. So yeah, so I added this plot in case there was anything relevant to that. This shows the relationship between the rubber hand illusion and in both synchronous and asynchronous conditions and trait phenomenological control. And you see that when at the intercept, when phenomenological control is at 0, the ownership agreement isn't seen anyway. You just see this consistent difference. Next to that, you see got 2 examples of phenomenological control scale items regressed on the rest of scale. You see how they see this same pattern. You could overlay that. So you have the more difficult suggestion of experiencing a mosquito doesn't have an intercept, whereas the easier suggestion, the hands together suggestion, does, and it just arises from a difference in the difficulty of suggestions. So if the asynchronous condition is just a harder suggestion, which it plausibly is, than the synchronous suggestion, then this arises from that. So it's more the case. The second point is that it's not about showing that this isn't about showing that the effect, the imaginative suggestion study isn't about demonstrating the effect is due to imaginative suggestion. The correlations for that, showing that it's phenomenological control, it's just establishing whether or not domain characteristics and phenomenological control can cause the effect. So we want to give that the best chance of actually happening.
Sorry about that.
Speed drive. Oh yeah. Okay.
You've got plenty. Plenty. Do you have the timing? Thanks.
Yes.
Okay. I assumed there'd be a PDF viewer, but we've got a web browser. So kind of readable. It's not really, is it? Anyone see the right? Okay, couple of minutes in, but I'm Kev, and thanks for coming along to the workshop in general. It's make sure you take a bath and eat pastries. I'm going to talk about controlling phenomenology for pleasure, which I'm sure is very exciting, if you don't know what it is. But it started with an email while I was doing my master's degree with under Zoltan. Adina de Riviera, who is prominent in the German hypno-kink scene, got in touch with Zoltan and said, hey, there's a scene called hypno-kink, which is where people use hypnosis for or with their sex lives in some form or other. And Adina is kind of very prominent in the German scene. She's been on TV, she's talked to people for 25 years about this sort of stuff. And she said that they had a training where they would try and increase people's response to suggestion. And they wanted to know if it worked. So Zoltan said this would make a great subject for a PhD, which was kind of, my interest was all about response, increasing response. So it kind of gave us a clear group to do that with. So he also suggested I interview her, which I did, and go on the website and have a read. There's lots of fascinating things there. One of the things she said that was really key, that was really important, was that there's three kind of groups within the hypno-kink community. There's a group who are kind of using hypnosis as the scene for a role play. So instead of being kind of like manager and secretary or doctor and patient, it's hypnotist and subject. There's no real hypnosis or suggestion going on. It's just part of a scene. There's another group who use suggestions in addition to whatever else they're doing sexually. So they might be doing some kind of power exchange kind of dynamic, whatever, but they're also giving suggestions to enhance that. So they're making them feel things that they might not otherwise be feeling, or feel it more. And then there's another group for whom getting hypnotized is the kink. And if they can't get hypnotized because they don't respond very well, they don't have a great amount of phenomenological control, then that really limits how they engage with their sex lives. And that's kind of where this sort of comes about, because if your kink is being hypnotized, but you're very poor at being hypnotized, then what do you do? So then I set up an online study using Pete's online PCS and popularized it through some online forums to try and get the community to kind of show themselves in PCS scores so that I could then compare them against other people and see whether there's anything distinctive before we started doing experiments on modification. So we had the standard PCS, as you may know, and then we added some extra questions. So we asked, how interested are you in hypnosis? How interested are you in eroticism stroke kink? And how interested are you in erotic hypnosis? And the idea here was that we didn't want to send different surveys out to different groups and assume that they're all monolithic and separate. We wanted to send out one survey and then let them self-select into the groups that we would later compare. And what we really want to compare is the hypno-kink group against the no interest at all group, or hypno-kink versus hypnosis. We also asked, I don't know, it's probably not very readable from there, we also asked, after they've scored the PCS, we asked them, how sexually aroused are you on a scale of 0 to 5, where 5 is completely sexually aroused. I think it says the most sexually aroused you've ever been. Okay, and we also asked, we gave a definition of subspace, which came from Adina de Riviera, which is a notional state of mind that comes from some kind of domination kind of submission kind of situation where you feel a number of different things. And so we gave a definition, and then we said, on a scale of 0 to 5, how deeply in subspace are you? Which, given it's the standard online PCS, and there is nothing special to it apart from these extra questions that we've added and the community that we've approached. So we'll start with some results. So generally, most people are under 40, and over age, there's a sort of decrease in PC. We haven't really explored any of those correlations yet, but there might be something interesting if it turns out that different groups fit different parts of the age demographic or different parts of the PC. Interest and erotic hypnosis interest. The kink interest is kind of dominated by the erotic hypnosis interest. They were pretty much the same thing. there weren't many people just interested in kink, unfortunately. The hypnosis interest is a clear correlation between being interested in hypnosis and how much phenomenological control you have, supposedly. But again, these are self-selecting groups. So it could be that if you're really good at being hypnotized, if you're really responsive, then maybe you find this sexy, and then you end up. So we might have a collection of highs naturally selecting themselves in the wild that we could prey upon for experiments, which might be something worth knowing. Interestingly, sexual arousal. There were people who were the most turned on they've ever been. Not a few. There was a number, and again it correlates to PC. So the more phenomenological control you have, the more turned on you are, which would kind of make sense if hypnosis is the thing that turns you on. Obviously, we don't mention hypnosis in the study at all. People make that. The people sort of make that assumption themselves. Subspace is even more pronounced. It's more significant. And again, we've got people who are the most deeply in subspace that they've ever been. But also, there was one person, I think, who is the most sexually turned on they've ever been, but not in subspace. Which and maybe the vice versa, which is kind of odd. So when you obviously those two would correlate, as you would kind of guess from the previous kind of slides. So I recruited from a Reddit called Erotic Hypnosis or Hypno Kink. There's two actually. I recruited from both of those to get the Hypno Kink people, who I thought would be the small group that I was going to find hard to recruit. And then I recruited from the hypnosis subreddit, which is usually people asking about hypnotherapy or have they been hypnotized or how would they learn hypnosis and things like that, which is supposedly much larger than the Hypno Kink community. And then I also approached hypnotherapists who have large lists of people interested in hypnotherapy and hypnosis, including one of the major hypnotherapy kind of organizations in the UK. And I've solicited them to kind of push this to their members and on the mail lists. And what turns out is the vast majority of people are interested in Hypno Kink. And I don't know if that's because they self-selected that way or if just the vast majority of people interested in hypnosis happen to also be interested in Hypno Kink. I mean, this cutoff, I've set it sort of 2.5-ish. So we have people who are less interested and more interested. But if you set that to 0, I mean, it really makes that group very, very small. So I haven't been looking at the time, and I don't know, I've got 10 minutes. Thank you. But if we were to look at that, the less interested group's mean is closer to the Sussex mean. The interested group's mean is 2.5, which is close to the Sussex cutoff for a high. So half of the people in the Hypno Kink group would be highs in our Sussex study, which is outrageous as a set of numbers. So what we're planning on doing, there's 2 studies that we've considered that we're hoping to arrange. One is, does subspace increase PC? I mean, obviously people find themselves in subspace, however they define that. But if we put people in subspace, would that increase their phenomenological control? Maybe it would. The idea, though, is we don't want Hypno Kink people, because the moment you do anything with suggestion, all of the other things kick in, and then you end up, they go into subspace because of the suggestions. Whereas what we would like to do is give suggestions when they're not in subspace and when they are. So we're going to have to look for people who get into subspace in other ways and are prepared to get into subspace in order to fill in, or go through the PCS. The other study is, are imaginative suggestions inherently sexual? So we kind of dreamed up this study where we might run this with Sussex students and have half of them take the normal PCS and half of them take a volitional PCS. So it's the same effects, it's just we're asking them to just do the effects. So if it's arm levitation, it's like move your arm up. Yeah, and then we get them to score it the same way. Now it should feel 0 involuntary, there should be no involuntariness, it should be entirely voluntary, which means subjectively there should be no effect, because the involuntariness seems to correlate with the subjective effect. So if there's no effect, It shouldn't be sexually exciting. It shouldn't be turned on. And we should get zeros across the board for the volitional side. We've assumed traditionally that we would get zeros across the board if we did this experiment with the normal pieces, with the suggestion-based one. So it feels like a good study to run, because if you get anything other than zeros, it means something's going on, and therefore we probably want to measure that and get some idea of how prevalent that is. And that's basically it. Does anyone have any questions? Yeah. So the question for the people on Zoom, the question is, and whether anyone else heard it, is recruiting from Reddit a good idea? It is if they are keenly interested in what you're doing. So the erotic hypnosis for people who were keenly interested, and they arrived on maths. They didn't all complete it. I mean, there's sort of 3,000 respondents, and only sort of 400 or so who completed. So there's a big dropout rate along the way, and obviously that affects the selection bias as well. But when I approached the kink subreddit moderators and asked if I could push this study and explain what I was doing, they were like, "Of course you can. No one will be interested." And I was like, "Okay, thanks." So, you know, put up my moderator approved post, and yeah, I'm up with 2 people from that, compared with, you know, hundreds of completed ones from the erotic hypnosis, for example. So yeah, I mean, I was selling this as you might have seen on the early slide, how hypnotized what are you? The idea is that there is a payoff at the end. You turn up, you don't get any money, you don't get credits for Sona, but you will find out how hypnotized you are, which could be interesting for certain communities. Even if you're not interested in hypnosis, it might be interesting to know, you know, things on TV and whatever. But yeah, so it worked in one sense, it didn't work in another. It would be.
Right. So the bird hypnosis, we figure out what effects were somebody else's hands and your, which, you know, it's not true. It's your own ability, but maybe that if we need anything, that's getting on it.
Yeah. So the comment there is more a comment than a question, I guess, but is that people might be getting off on the. Oh, sorry, you should go through and explain it.
There's a cultural presentation of hypnosis of erotic. Yeah, there's someone controlling you.
Yeah.
So the comment is culturally, it's all part of the package that hypnosis involves domination and submission, and it's also portrayed sexually since the 1800s. It's very Gaal, tons of Gaal is the most.
So yeah, so the conversation is that based for the people on Zoom, because obviously no one can hear you, is basically that historically hypnosis has been has lent into some of the tropes of submission and domination, if not entirely, and that goes back to the days of mesmerism and Svengali and Trilby, and it's still present today. And so if you find those things sexy, maybe you'd find hypnosis sexy. And so what I think, that's all. We didn't mention hypnosis in the study at all. We called it phenomenological control. We explained we called it how hypnotized we are, but we immediately explained what we're going to measure is phenomenological control, which correlates extremely well with your hypnotizability. But luckily, it doesn't mean we need to hypnotize you, just to get past ethical concerns and to alleviate the lighten the load for some people who might find being hypnotized online a big thing. You know, it might be.
That still enforces the expectations that it's some kind of hypnosis being.
It did. There was some kind, yeah. There was certainly some kind of. I mean, a lot of people said the induction set which was kind of interesting because that's there isn't an induction.
That's a clue, isn't it? Context.
Any other questions, or shall we stop for lunch, which I think we've got? Okay, we're going to break for lunch. We'll be back.
Extremely regretful I couldn't join in person. I mean, especially given that you guys just had lunch, which I have not, but well, I hope I'll manage through my talk anyway. So good afternoon, everyone. Today I will talk about phenomenon that virtual reality users in social, all kind of social, well, virtual reality like VR chat have been reporting for a couple of years by now. I mean, it's basically called phantom sense, phantom touch, whatever that is feeling touch in virtual reality when there is no real touch present. So some years ago, we wanted to see if that is actually what is happening. And I mean, long story short, I mean, there was a really nice backstory on how we came up with this idea because it was completely unrelated to VR chat or whatever. But anyway, so we tried to see if we can measure or somehow study this phantom touch experimentally. We had virtual reality scenes with hand tracking where people were using a virtual stick to touch their other hand. I mean, left, right, we swapped that. I mean, we instructed them to touch their fingertips, phalanxes, hand, and invisible forearm. You can see, I mean, that due to the way the hands were animated, they could not see the forearm. Now, the results we got were like strikingly coherent. I mean, most of our subjects, like 32 out of 36, they spontaneously reported feeling something in the places where their stick was touching their virtual hands. And then we collected intensity ratings that were actually rubbish because we did not specify on the scale properly, but they were like variable. But I mean, what was very coherent is that most of our subjects called the sensation tingling. And I mean, if you look at those different classifications, you can just see that, well, you can debate whether tingling is the same as feeling velvet or foam. I mean, I usually would call it foam. And the fun part was that some subjects reported, like I think it was over half of the sample, they reported feeling this phantom touch also in the invisible forearm. And we had like very vivid emotions report from 2 of them at least. And out of the remaining subjects, like at least 1 out of those 4 reported feeling some touch sensation when actively touching objects in the scene. I mean, I think that this is by itself a very fascinating topic. So, I mean, we did a control experiment that has some limitations, but I won't dwell on that right now. I mean, we attributed this sensation of phantom touch to predictive processes that are meant to intercept incoming input from the skin, whatever our brain can predict the touch, for example, by seeing it. I mean, we know that this canceling process is called, well, say, tactile gating or attenuation, depends on who you ask. They start, I mean, they are basically widespread on like all levels of somatosensory processing, and this also explains the phenomenon of why, for example, we cannot tickle ourselves. And since we expected or we think is not enough of an explanation in neuroscience, I mean, we're lucky to, like a day after I presented this phenomenological poster at SFN, someone just called me to come and see this, a study where like quadriplegic participant, they showed that, I'll just get to the result, they showed that just purely expecting touch by visual cues, so exactly what happened in our case, I mean that virtual touch is basically yielding a response in single neurons in somatosensory cortex, so you cannot get a more solid neural result than single neurons firing. And since then, like 2 months ago, I think, it's basically a similar effect was found in human EEG. I will not like show you the figures from there, but it made my master's student very unhappy because that person was about to like start an identical project also using EEG. So, there seems to be relatively solid neural correlates of phantom touch illusion, which I guess is great. The question remaining, and this is what we've had like long discussions with Pete some long while ago, is that whether phantom touch illusion can still be cognitively modulated, and what would that mean? Because seeing touch is a very strong suggestive cognitive cue, and I guess that by saying suggestive, I may mean a different thing than many people here in the meeting would also mean. But let's not get there. The question is whether phantom touch may actually reflect some sort of multi or cross-sensory imagery. And I find this like the most fascinating question here. Especially given that if it can be top-down modulated, that could like allow us to tap to the very bottom of what sensory imagery is in the brain. And last but not least, the most important question is that whether phantom touch illusion would be explained by phenomenological control as a trait. And for that, we are currently running 2 experiments, one in which we attempt to correlate phenomenological control score with phantom touch illusion intensity in experimental settings involving EEG and TDCS. And that's the easy task because that's excuse me, you're just running a correlation model. There's nothing tricky to this, but the other project we've been like lingering on a little bit with starting it is to correlate phantom touch reports with phenomenological control scores in a broad population of users of software like VR chat or like whatever is there currently. And this project has like very serious practical implications. For example, regarding harassment in virtual spaces that is not currently properly legally addressed. But anyway, here the big challenge that we are encountering is how do we warrant like veridical phenomenological control score in a remote setting? Because like for example, maintaining user focus if they're doing a remote experiment is a challenge, and the PCS scale, at least as we tried to implement it, this requires a lot of focus, which may not be easily achievable by VR chat, a typical VR chat user. Here's a shout out also to this Redditor that I always love quoting when giving a talk about this. So for that, we also wanted to shorten the PCS scale a little bit to give us a, like a more compact form, more adapted, and I hope nobody will get offended by this, more adapted to attention span of people who may not be, motivated to keep their attention focused. And I tried to keep this presentation compact because I was more hoping for getting input from you guys. Since you're PCS experts, so I would like to just say thank you to like the whole Phantom Touch team that's basically working on this, and including my colleagues from Max Planck's Institute for Security and Privacy in Bochum, and Cyrus, who's our VIP in VR chat community, and also to Nahan, who's the lead on this project. He's a student in my lab. So Well, thank you for listening. Now I guess it's the question and comment time. Am I still online? Because hello.
Yeah, we're here.
Oh, okay, great. I mean, there was silence. I didn't see anything moving in the. So I was just like.
I'm curious.
I would still have time to
hear me.
repeat the whole talk.
Yeah. So you say that you're having trouble with people having the attention span to do the.
Oh, Pete, is that you?
Yeah. Hey, how you doing?
Oh, hey, how are we doing? Yeah, I mean,
not
so.
sure where to look. Are you over there? Okay.
Yeah, so yeah, that's correct. I mean, the whole thing. I mean, that especially our well, VR chat experts here is worried about is like whether we will get a representative sample if we run remotely the whole PCS with VR chat users who are usually or very often they're young people and they may not be willing to spend like I don't know how long it takes to run through the full 120 minutes. Sophia, you can correct me if you're there.
Yeah, it's not something that we've run into before as a problem generally. I mean, what would you say the drop off was? Because you recruited from Reddit, didn't you? Yeah, you got like 3,000 people. What was the percentage of? Only 400 finished it. Oh, 400, so a big drop off. Yeah, all right, so that could be a problem.
Can you hear okay? I check you can hear you.
Yeah, can you hear me? So in Anil's perception sensors, there's the short form we talked about. So how many? Do you have any idea what percentage completed that started it?
I don't think you know that when you do it. You really know completely what's not.
But that's about half the length. So yeah, as we've discussed before, that
suggestions.
It's 6 suggestions, but it's one of them's the one of the amnesia. Yes. So 3,000 subjects completed the short form of the phenomenological control scale in the perception sensors. Yeah, so I mean, yeah, that does sound more promising, potentially.
Okay, that sounds actually good. Right, is that the version that you? I don't think you sent us that one, right? At any point.
I can't remember now.
Yeah, me neither, actually.
I think I did, but yeah, let's discuss that another time.
There's also Adrian doing the
Oh yeah, of course, yeah, Adrian. You want to talk about that, or are you talking about it?
Yeah. So sorry, what was the question? I was kind of.
He wants a short form of the PCS.
Yeah.
That's what you're working on. What your talk is going to be now.
My talk is going about the network analysis of PCS. No, it will be about the PCS, this original one.
Okay.
Yeah.
In order to shorten, to isolate key variables.
I don't think if.
Hubs.
Yeah, I don't think if I will do it from this study alone, but it's first step. So, yeah. So.
So the question is, how short can we make things so that he doesn't have drop off with online recruitment?
Yeah, so in my study, I will switch swash for curse, and it will be 7 suggestions. So I think it will be reliable, but I don't know if it will make it shorter.
Yes. Just to say, I think that the latest we have is about 7,000 is the shortfall on the census. But in terms of drop off, it's hard to know because I mean there are about 40,000 people in the census together. But was it any fundamentals?
Anyway, yeah, short form would be a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, you use an informed base factor like we use with our correlational studies. and have a Bayesian stopping rule, and then you know what evidence you're getting as you're going along.
So Alois Black is not going to change. So we'll jump to Carli. If you're ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. All right.
Okay, sorry. Should I stop sharing? Because I couldn't hear the last.
Yeah, say it.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, sorry. I mean, I was having a very noisy.
Can you tell him we got a round of applause?
Oh, you got a round of applause and everyone loved it.
Oh, thank you. Thanks so much.
Yeah, you did a great job. We can do it again to make it louder so you can hear it. Okay, we're gonna do it again.
I still could not hear it, but yeah, exactly. Zoom probably filters it out. Thank you guys, though. I mean, like,
Sorry,
thanks.
everyone on Zoom. You've been getting huge rounds of applause. It's like thunderous.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Moves my heart a lot. All right. So yeah, it's
Okay. Which thing do I do to show my slides?
So you want to use your own laptop? Yeah. Or do you want to use this one?
Oh. All right, great. So, okay. All right, we're ready. Hi, everyone. I am Carli. I'm a PhD student in the psychology department here at University of Sussex. And this talk is called Synesthetes Exhibit Higher Phenomenological Control Beyond Imagery Contributions. Essentially, that is the takeaway of this talk, but it'll be pretty quick to go through, so I just ask that you hold major questions to the end as we've been doing. Okay. The only sound effect here is just a fun one in the beginning. Okay. How do I progress forward?
Well, what we really need is a phenomenon. A what? A phenomenon.
Okay, so perception is not veridical. When we all look at this image here, what we probably are seeing is a bunch of rotating circles. They're almost like wheels. But the reality is there is no motion in that picture. And so that's just an illustration to show that in general, the human perceptual system has evolved so that it's the most useful for us, and the brain fills in gaps and does things that aren't necessarily accurate to try to understand what's happening in the world. We're constantly creating a projection of what we think is happening, even if it's not actually real. And we can trick our senses all the time through things like illusions and different phenomena that we use in multisensory integration, wherein we can try to measure what is it that tricks the brain, etc. But the point is, our perception is not veridical. And imagery is also an experience that is not veridical. When you try to do something like imagine an apple in your mind's eye, it might be as vivid as if it were real, but the truth is there is no apple that you're experiencing. So when I say veridical, I mean what's happening in the environment does not match the experience that you're having internally, right? We are creating that image from the inside, from our own mind and brain. And so there's this idea and question of, okay, so how do we know then what is real? So Dijkstra and colleagues have proposed this process called perceptual reality monitoring as this process where the brain tries to figure out what is it that comes from the outside world and what is it that our own brains and minds are trying to create. And Pearson and colleagues suggest that usually things feel like they're voluntary and in our own volitional control when they come from our own brains and minds. So it feels like you have control over the experience of imagining an apple. And usually things that come from the outside world feel like they're not in our control. We don't have necessarily control over experiencing the grass outside as green because that's coming from outside. But the thing is that this is not always true. As we've all been talking about today, trait phenomenological control and cold control theory is about shaping our conscious experiences in response to imaginative suggestions. So in particular, via these intentions that are external to our conscious awareness. So for the purposes of my research, PC is about this ability to generate lifelike, non-veridical experiences that come from our own brains and minds, but feel like they're involuntary. When we have these kind of PC questions, we're talking about things that feel involuntary. It feels like it's happening, but that you are personally generating. And this links nicely with the topic that my research focuses on, which is the condition of synesthesia. Synesthesia is an experience where a single sensory input leads to multiple modalities of sensory output. So for example, hearing music, and that triggers also seeing colors in response to it. Like a Kandinsky painting of experiencing that in response to hearing music. So synesthesia is a really interesting model case where people's brains are internally generating perceptual experiences that are not real, but feel involuntary. So the colors of the music feel involuntary, they feel automatic, but they're not actually there in the environment. And synesthesia develops super early and is retained throughout a person's life, and we measure it through the consistency of associations. So a person with grapheme color synesthesia who says that the letter A is red consistently says that A is red. When we test them on it at the first instance, they choose the same color as they do at the second instance and over subsequent tests, even months and years apart from each other. And in terms of how common it is, synesthesia has an overall prevalence of about 4%. Looking at global population, that would be the entirety of the United States. There's genetic influences, so synesthesia runs in families, although the specific type that someone has varies. So for example, someone's parent has colors for their letters and numbers, and their child could have personalities for their numbers. Or maybe two people both have grapheme color synesthesia, but they think that A is a different color from each other. Those kind of specifics aren't consistent. It's just the concept of having some type that has a genetic link. Synesthesia is also really interesting because it's linked to a variety of other differences in cognition and personality, like increased memory and creativity, etc. So in this project, I was really interested in the question, is there a relationship between synesthesia and phenomenological control? And does that relationship exist above and beyond any effects of mental imagery and that ability to consciously generate a percept in your mind? So the methods are pre-registered. And what's exciting about this project is we used data from the perception census, which is this really awesome tool that was developed here at Sussex, which is essentially a battery of perception tasks. There were 34,000 people who participated in the perception census from 133 countries. Something that's really important and of note that we just mentioned in the last talk in those Q&A is that the version of the the version of the phenomenological control questionnaire, I recognize PC can stand for multiple things, but when you see it on the screen, it will be referring to perception. Oh my God, not to perception. It does not refer to perception census. It refers to phenomenological control. Okay, so the version of the phenomenological control scale here is a short form. So it's only 6 out of the usual 10 questions. So it skips things like the post-survey suggestion or the mosquito hallucination. Okay, so when we look at who all did the synesthesia screener and screened to have at least one type of synesthesia, also did an imagery questionnaire, and also did the PCSF. We're looking at having 3,000 controls and 673 synesthetes. And so I matched those subjects by age, sex, and gender. So we end up with 673 per groups that we can directly compare. The group is mostly female because of the fact that we're looking at synesthesia, and for some reason we typically get women reporting that they have synesthesia, even though it's typically more even in the actual population. And what's also interesting about this particular data set is that our median age group is the 41 to 50-year-old age band. So we're not just looking at the university students who are like 18 to 20, we're looking at adult population. Okay, so what do we find? Well, we find that synesthetes exhibit higher levels of trait phenomenological control. So the synesthetes scored higher on PC than controls by about 1/3 of a point, which is pretty meaningful when we're looking at a 5-point scale. And if we break down the PC scale by every item, that's each of those 6 that were a part of it. You're looking at 7 here because we combine sweet and sour taste when we're looking at the full scale. So when we look at each item, there's a significant difference for each one, except for music and amnesia. It's not that there's no difference. When we do the Bayesian tests, we find that there's just not evidence for or against. And essentially what I think we're looking at here is that those are the 2 most difficult items on the PC scale. So there's a kind of a floor effect where synesthetes are lacking enough of an extra boost to actually be different from controls there. And I am very interested in talking afterwards if you have suggestions for mechanisms about why those are the most difficult items or how the difficulty of PC items relates to reality monitoring. So that's an open question that I'd love to hear people's thoughts on. Yes. And so next, synesthetes exhibit higher levels of mental imagery. So the effect size is about 0.5 point on a 10-point scale. This one is more of a sanity or robustness check. It is not novel that synesthetes score higher on mental imagery, but just showing it is there in this data set. Okay, and then higher mental imagery is related to more PC. So to orient you, what we're looking at here is mental imagery on the x-axis, phenomenological control on the y-axis. And maybe it doesn't look huge, but for this audience, I actually want to highlight that this is a 75% increase from the value, the R value that was reported in Pete's paper with Julia Kabai in 2024, which was on visual mental imagery only. They used the VVIQ. And in this one, we're looking at the Plymouth Sensory Imagery Questionnaire. And so it's a multimodal imagery questionnaire that asks not just about your ability to imagine things visually, but also your ability to imagine sounds, etc. So we're looking at multimodal, and we're seeing there's a stronger relationship between imagery and phenomenological control than if it's just visual. And that makes a lot of sense. And so then the big exciting statistic here, when we augment the t-test to an ANCOVA, we find that controlling for imagery, synesthetes still have higher phenomenological control scores than do controls. And also we find the exact same thing, just robustness here, if we do it as a regression-based mediation analysis, which is basically the mathematical equivalent, and also if we do it as a binary logistic regression-based mediation analysis. So same thing, but flipping direction. In either case, it doesn't matter if you're saying that synesthesia is the predictor or the outcome, we're still finding that that relationship is upheld. So it's not nearly a byproduct of being immersed in the imagery world. We're finding that there's still a stronger relationship between synesthesia and phenomenological control. And these are the coefficients. So as a discussion, so recapping what we found, is there a relationship between synesthesia and phenomenological control? Yes. And does that relationship exist above and beyond the effects of mental imagery? Also yes. Yay, really clean analysis. Everything's significant. Woo! So implications for this. Well, there's this idea here maybe that cold control theory could be a potential mechanism for synesthesia. So synesthetes are making these perceptual reality monitoring errors that are consistent with cold control theory. So they're experiencing these internally generated signals that are being involuntary. They're experiencing them as being involuntary percepts in the environment that are sometimes in their mind's eye and sometimes physically projected into the external world. For future research on the mechanisms of phenomenological control and cold control theory, this also kind of highlights the importance of another important dimension to me, which is whether experiences feel like they're actually real or not. So for example, when you imagine an apple, it might be as vivid as if it was real, but again, it's not actually feeling like it's real. You know, it's just an imagination. And so I am planning on trying to follow this up with an idea of looking at associator versus projector synesthetes. So associator synesthetes experience things as being within their mind's eye versus projector synesthetes will express that their perceptual experience is happening externally in the world. That question of this kind of subjective relicality, does it feel like it's real, is still potentially a different mechanism in synesthesia that can be dissociated from, does it feel like it's real? Does it feel like it's inside your mind? Does it feel like it's in the world? These kind of feel like separate concepts that I don't think that we've really explored enough. And I'm also really open to any other follow-ups and suggestions that you might have that I can use to explore these mechanisms and this concept of presence and looking at synesthesia and phenomenological control. So, for this study, I'm the PhD student who ran the project. My PhD supervisor is Jamie Warren, who's kind of our expert on synesthesia. Pete is our expert on phenomenological control. And then we're also lucky enough to have Anil Seth on this team, who is the project lead on the whole perception census project. Hi, nice to meet you. Oh, are you Franny? Oh, it's so nice to meet you too. Oh, I've been using your data and haven't met you before. Okay, yeah, thanks and questions. And I saw other people doing shameless promotions, so connect with me. Yeah.
I have a question, but I just want to comment on the presentation. The graphics are amazing.
Dali, could you comment from where the lecture? So the people they can't hear, otherwise they just get excited. Otherwise, Carli's going to have to repeat it. So.
I can repeat it. Dolly said she liked my presentation and thought it was pretty. Thanks, Dolly. Cool. I can also I have a backup slide if there's not any questions. So my backup slide is that I did an exploratory analysis for a number of different types of synesthesia. So shout out to myself, I just published my first paper, which is about predicting the number of different kinds of synesthesia from brain scans. So I'm excited about this idea that more types of synesthesia is more extreme. And so we really don't have enough subjects to make definitive conclusions here. There's 24 people who did 3 or more consistency tests, and all of the others within the 673 who did everything. So take it with a grain of salt, but basically there seems to be a pretty clear pattern where having more kinds of synesthesia increases the effect size for each of the findings that was presented so far.
And did you look at whether the type of the modality of the synesthesia?
I didn't look at the specific modality because there's really just not there's not a big enough sample. When you have 6 different groups, it just pushes it down too much. So because we're looking then at splitting those 500 subjects into the 6 different tests, and most of them just did the grapheme color one. So it's really difficult to look at the specific type in this one.
This one?
Yeah.
Thinking about the modality question, does the difficulty of suggestion relate in any way to the automaticity that is so important in media?
That is a really great question. Yeah, so the question was whether the difficulty of the phenomenological control question relates to the feeling of automaticity in synesthesia. So I don't know. What I do have is correlations between the PC items with imagery. So if you look here, the more difficult PC items, the music and amnesia ones, those do have the lowest correlations with the overall imagery scale. And those also have the, if we go back to the t-test item levels, the items here, it was music and amnesia are the ones that are known to be the most difficult on the PC scale. And those are the ones where we're not seeing a difference between the synesthetes and the controls, where I think that there's a floor effect, where if the item is too difficult, then just like no one experiences it. And so synesthetes are kind of lacking an extra boost to make them be higher than controls. The subjective feeling of automaticity is a really interesting follow-up idea that I can try to look into.
I think, I don't know how you verify
synesthetes,
but the synesthesia score does have automaticity as measured in it. Like, isn't that the case? Test for synesthesia, it's testing automaticity.
So these ones are test-retest synesthesia. So it's an immediate test-retest that was on the perception census. And then we have the cutoff scores for the test-retest for saying, okay, people who are above this threshold are the ones that we're saying count as being a synesthete.
And does that relate to the PC score?
Well, we don't have the automaticity component to it, though. We're just saying, like, the people who... Yeah.
I don't know if that is still the common way to test.
Yeah, we don't have that. We just have the test-retest. Like, did you pick red twice in a row? Or things similar to that for the 6 different kinds of synesthesia that we were able to do a test-retest score on. Yeah, so we can definitely look into trying to use like an Eagleman measure that has an automaticity question on it and try to look at that in the future. That's a really good follow-up suggestion that directly kind of addresses those questions I'm asking. I will note that. Thank you.
There's some hand raised online.
Yes. Okay.
Hi. So I had a quick aside. With synesthetes and PC, I've been kind of curious about it, and the only thing before this that I've seen that has been along these lines has been from Rashan Breeder, who has a model of divergent perception based on the Bayesian brain. And the idea is that, yeah, me too. I really love it. So I was wondering what you think about the role of sensory confidence over here, because that is something that seems to usually when we talk about suggestibility and hypnotic suggestibility, we talk about expectations, which would relate to higher order priors or maybe even lower order priors. But sensory confidence seems to be a more newer thing to look at least in my reading of the literature. And I was curious if you're thinking along those lines about ambiguous perception and things like that.
Yeah, that's a really great question. So the question to rephrase was about expectation and sensory confidence. How confident are you in the perception and how that feeds into this relationship? Did I rephrase your question correctly?
Yeah, that's basically it.
Yeah, so I think that's a really great question. I think that the way I've been thinking about it is how that relates to this question of how do we know what's real? And I think that this idea of the expectations and confidence, I think to me that it might feed into a computational and or neural mechanism for whether something feels like it's in the external world or just in the mind's eye. I mean, we do know that typically there's stronger signals for things that exist in the world than for just imagination. And I think that I actually did just have a conversation today earlier and talking to Pete about these questions of like music and amnesia. You're saying that the music is something that you're hearing in the external environment, not just in your mind's ear. And that could be one of the reasons that music is so difficult. And I think then the assumption that it's real is something that requires a lot more confidence. I think to say that it's outside of me requires a lot more confidence than to say it's in my mind's eye or ear. And I think it takes more confidence to say it's outside of me and it's actually happening, like to endorse that alternative reality, essentially. And so that's kind of where I'm thinking that fits in. I really love that paper. And if you have other ideas on how these things could interplay, I am all ears for it and would love to connect.
I have one idea. So,
Yeah.
with Nadine Dijkstra's papers, with the reality monitoring stuff, she is using gratings on white noise fields, right? It's very ambiguous and it's in that threshold kind of a region where you don't really know what you're seeing or if you're not seeing it. You can similarly do something for auditory things by just playing white noise, right? And I have, in my personal experimentations with suggestion, had some success by increasing sensory ambiguity and decreasing sensory confidence by just playing or inducing sensory ambiguity by other means to create auditory sounds. I can send you a write-up if that helps, but I don't know. I think it is not too hard to do a similar thing that Nadine Dijkstra did with the visual perception thing to something that is about music hallucination or some other kind of auditory hallucination.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. I think that what you're saying is increasing uncertainty by increasing noise. And so essentially, if we're looking at, I guess, like Bayesian causal inference mechanisms of multisensory integration, where you're increasing the likelihood that things should go together, would be something that increases the chances that you'll actually experience it that way. That is something I looked at in my master's, which was in the mirror box illusion, where I kind of found that changing those priors in cases where it didn't change the amount of integration, it changed the qualia and experience of the integration. So like I used a mirror box and with people's hands in it, and like if you feel like your hand flips in the box is essentially combining your visual and proprioceptive cues. And for people who had the same amount of integration, whether it felt like their hand was slowly rotating or if it felt like it flipped all at once was kind of related to that. So my thoughts are that when they gathered enough confidence, sort of, versus if they were gradually building their confidence over time. And so I think that those kind of Bayesian measures and the ability to manipulate how much uncertainty there is through measures like how much noise do we put into an experimental paradigm, or can we make it less likely that stimuli will go together? I think all of that kind of could be like a really interesting avenue forward. Yeah, I think we're out of time though. Yeah, okay. Thank you everyone so much. Yeah, but this was the USB stick that I used. Yes.
That's the for this. This
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Did I unplug the wrong one?
that's for this one, yeah.
Oh my bad.
I think that's my guess. Yeah.
Is there still space for another one for my click?
Oh yeah, if you don't use this clicker.
Then I can close.
Because there's that. But I think you can probably do. Yeah, you could probably use your clicker. Right.
All yours. Did I unplug all my stuff enough?
Yeah, I think you're good. And then that one's mine. So is your clicker on?
Started. So how do I share it for the people online?
So
or is it just, do I just start?
I think that's already sharing. Let me go and look.
That looks fine. Looks fine for me.
No.
So this is the view that I want.
Yes. What we need to do is just tell it to share screen to. And then I think if you come back here, I don't know where the mouse has gone.
Beginning?
Yeah, I can't even find the pointer thing. Oh yeah. Oh, try again. Just yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
Oh, yeah, and let's just move that little box because there's a little thing. Nobody sees it because it's not on this screen.
Well.
Exactly. I don't think others maps. Right. Like that. Yeah, then it's out the way.
Okay.
Okay.
So I will speak about a study that I actually did when I was still at the University of Tübingen, and I was doing it together with my students because I was teaching about phenomenological control, but I also was teaching about the heartbeat counting task or interoception and what it's supposed to measure. And that's how it came about that we looked at these two things together and not normally in either of those fields. And now I'm at the Max Planck Institute, and obviously Pete, who helped me a lot, is here. And Anil is also involved. We're still trying to figure out how. But he's been helping with the manuscript. Okay, this clicker isn't working. A little bit of background on interoception for the people who don't know it. It's supposed to be the internal feeling of your body and how your senses inside of your body are related to what you experience. Sometimes it's being related to cognitive and emotional states. It's also been implicated clinically or in psychiatric conditions, also related to selfhood. And the most common way that is normally being implemented in experiments to measure it is cardiac interoceptive sensitivities. Can be tested in, I think, two famous ways. And one of the tasks that's usually used is interoceptive accuracy tests in the heartbeat counting task. And the heartbeat counting task it's a fairly simple setup. It's basically asking people to count the heartbeats that they feel in a given time interval. And then the actual heartbeat will be measured, the people count in the given interval. And there is, I think, different versions of how long people have to do it, but generally there are always 6 to 10 trials, and they're randomized in the time, in the length of the time. And the classic instructions really just ask people to say, tell me how many heartbeats you counted in this given interval. And the formula that you can see on the top left, the equation is a combination of the objective heartbeats, so the heartbeats that actually happened, and the heartbeats that were counted. And it's converted into a score that tends to be between 0 and 1. Although some studies do admit that it could also be negative, but I have not found any studies that there are any negative scores in it. But some studies do say it can happen. And I wonder why it didn't happen, but that's normally the distribution of scores that happen when we use the classic instructions in a normal heartbeat counting task setup. Other labs, including Olivier Cornet's work, have modified the instructions a little bit and essentially asked people to really only count the heartbeats that they really feel, because they found that it may be confounded by what people expect, how good they are at feeling, how good they are at interoception, or whether they give you maybe a realistic score, or they may tend to be guessing about their heart rate. So if you ask them, can you please really only count the heartbeats that you feel, and it's okay to give an unrealistic score, they've shown that the score actually drops by roughly half. And
you can see there's still some people that are fairly good, but these modified task instructions have shown that there's obviously a lot of sort of demand that comes along with the setup, for example, that you should be able to feel your heartbeat. And when you allow people to not apply any strategies to be good at it, and they're okay with, and you're okay with them giving you a less realistic score, most of them actually don't feel as many heartbeats, and the accuracy goes down. This is a different way of looking at these two different versions of the task. And the conclusion from this previous work was that there are a lot of non-interoceptive processes that play into the accuracy score, like whether you know a lot about your heart rate or you're really good at estimating, that participants tend to undercount, and that if you apply these modified instructions, that the interoceptive accuracy score will fall. Other work that I haven't summarized here also showed that if people think they're really good at it, they'll also be better. So what my students and I were wondering about were these people that are still seemingly really good even under these adapted heartbeat counting task instructions. And we thought maybe some participants can still feel their heartbeat, although it's not maybe their real heartbeat, maybe they generate an experience of heartbeat, and that could be something like phenomenological control. So I thought that's a quick and easy study to do. And I was wrong about it, because obviously to be able to see whether somebody is able to create these experiences, you have to test them for PC, and you need the PC scale, and we didn't have that in German, so I had to translate the scale, had to validate the scale. And this is our sample for just the German norms of the phenomenological control scale. In blue, that's Pete's original. Yellow, this is our sample of 350 people. We recruited some of them online and some of them in Tübingen. So it's a mixture of general population, online people, and students. I needed some Tübingers because obviously I wanted to invite them back to the lab. Sorry, this skipped. And from this sample, from the Tübingen PC screen people, I invited 80 people back into the lab. So I got a normal distribution to be taking part in our heartbeat counting task, but they didn't know that they are invited for their score. And they also weren't really aware what their score was. So the screening happened alongside another online study for another student. And then we had our scale. And from that database, we invited, but I just said, you took part in my previous study, it was really cool, can you come again? Didn't give any more sort of details about why. And this is a little summary of our heartbeat counting task setup. These are the timeframes that we used, 10 to 35 seconds. I just really fairly quickly used the details of other studies that have used the heartbeat counting task. I didn't know any details at that point about the different timeframes, but actually the length of the timeframes that you employ does play a role into how accurate people become. So I think the tendency to count or to be more accurate is higher, or the probability that you're good at it is higher the longer the time interval gets. But this isn't anything that I regarded at that point. And then really people were just sitting in front of a screen and could start the task whenever they wanted to start it. And then they got a range of trials where they always just got a start tone and a finish tone. And in these time intervals, they were supposed to count their heartbeat and type in the number of heartbeats that they counted. I also used the pulse oximeter and all of these things that other interoception studies suggested, because I think one of the problems with interoception studies that they brought up themselves was that people can actually feel their pulse in the equipment sometimes. And so they suggested a specific oximeter that only measures the pulse via laser, and so there's not supposed to be any way of feeling your pulse. Yeah. And of course, we use the adapted instruction. So we ask people to really only count the heartbeats that they felt and not to guess or use any other strategies. And this is the relationship that we found between phenomenological control and the interceptive accuracy score. It was fairly hard for me to collect this normally distributed PC sample. So you can see actually we have two people that are very high, and then there's nobody for a little bit. And then we come to the sort of high mediums. So I was really trying hard to fill this gap between roughly 3 and 3.5, but I didn't manage. I could not recruit them. And we only overall, I think, in our sample had, I think, 12 highs or something. So we had just about got the numbers together to do the screening and then this task. The interceptive accuracy score, like I said earlier, is a combination of the objective heartbeats, so the heartbeats that really happen, and the heartbeats that people count. So you can see PC doesn't relate to any physiological factors, so they don't have, like highs don't have a higher heartbeat or a higher heart rate or something. There's no relationship there, but people tend to count more when they are also higher in PC. So the heartbeat counting task may partly also measure a response to expectations. And maybe people can, based on these expectations, generate bodily experiences so they can comply with the task or be good at the task if that is their goal. And there are some conclusions. So obviously, methodologically, the heartbeat counting task is debatable. There is the idea that we should use modified instructions to reduce the confounds that exist and that are known. But even under these conditions of adapted instructions, demand characteristics may still play a role. And so it makes sense to control for PC if you want to use this task. But I know there's some people here that are also interested in more sort of clinical implications or implications for therapy. And I thought, actually, given that the interceptive accuracy score and interceptive sensitivity has been related to clinical conditions as well, I think there's very important implications for that area. So obviously you can't really use the AI score, or it's difficult to use the AI score within clinical interpretations, but psychotherapeutic interventions may consider that some people are able to generate certain physiological responses to suggestion, and that can actually also be helpful for therapy. And AI scores may not really equal high sensitivity to your heart rate. There's also some group comparisons. I don't know if they are so important at this stage, just as if anybody is interested. And I have some backup slides just to show if you really want to see the exact instructions that we use, because obviously in the slides earlier, that was just a short version. It's these are the classic instructions that most studies on heartbeat counting tasks, on the heartbeat counting task use. And these are ours. They were exactly the ones that that Olivier Desmedt suggested. And because the formula gave me such a headache, and also there's different versions of the equation, I looked at the possibilities and all combinations of heart rates that we can have to make sure that I've been using it correctly. I also calculated the correlation for the Chandry version of the task, for the Sussex version of the equation, for most versions that I could find. The scores that people end up with deviate on like the second and third or first decimal. So people change slightly in their scores, but the relationship to PC remains the same pretty much, just because there's so many equations you can use for this. And that is it. Any questions? Where are the people online? Do I have to see them? Don't see anybody. Yes?
So the heartbeat counting task that taken has been correlated with many things in the literature. To what extent do you think those correlations with phenomenological control?
So the question is, the heartbeat counting task, or the performance, interoceptive accuracy performance, has been correlated to various things. And how does that relate with PC? You know, I need an example, because I can't come up right now with a good example of what heartbeat counting has been related to. Do you know? Anil? Probably emotional regulation things, emotional reactivity, anxiety. The thing is, the thing with the correlation of interoceptive accuracy and other things, what I find complicated is that it's never really clear is to be very sensitive a good thing or a bad thing. So if you are anxious, you shouldn't be high in interoceptive accuracy. If you are depressed, it's better to be. So I can't really see a systematic way of what interoceptive sensitivity in the ideal case should be. But how does it relate to PC? I think you probably know much more about that than me, but
Yeah, I don't know what it's correlated with. I mean, the other thing is Warwick hinted.
Would you like to say more explicitly?
Yeah. I mean, you find a lot of people finding correlations with, like, to 12 subjects, 30 subjects. That's normally silent peak hacking.
So it has been correlated with how well people do in the stock exchange. I don't think that's PC.
Yeah, I think that Alexis Fine,
yeah, so then Alexis Fine would be the opposite of anxiety, right? Like so people that are very anxious should be very high in sensitivity, and in Alexis Fine, I imagine they don't feel their heartbeat very well. The logical thing, right? But how does PC relate to emotional states? That would be the thing to do. Yeah.
Neuroticism, anxiety,
well, in a way, it should relate to how people subjectively judge their emotion, right? Not whether they think they're anxious or whether they think they're nervous or something, independent of whether their heart rate says that.
Yeah. So an issue we've had with the modified instructions might be if someone can't feel the heartbeat, how they can still do the task. Did you have any participants that just couldn't feel any heartbeat, and how did you handle it?
Yeah, so there were a lot that couldn't. So they said 1 or 3 or no, 0. But it was okay in our task to do that. So we were allowing people to not feel their heart.
In our experiment, we have said you can count the heartbeats that you can feel, or if you can't feel anything, count the amount of things might be beating.
Yeah, so you're inviting to. So that's one of the problems with the task. If you allow people to give you an estimate, then you're going away from really feeling the heart. You're allowing people to give a realistic estimate. If that is okay for your purpose, then that's okay. It's just that it's very hard then to say you're talking about a sensitivity, because people might just be very good estimators. Or beliefs, yeah.
Are we asking they can feel it internally or feel it with their senses? Like with your hand, you feel it, like, or do you like interoceptively without touching anything?
Yeah, so that would be the thing. Early versions, I think, used like clips on the fingers, and that's what made people feel their pulse in their finger. And even in the interoception community, that was like, okay, we don't need this. We need better measures so people don't feel anything. You don't want them to use any strategies. It should really be the sense internally that they are figuring out and counting. So I actually had a participant who could see their heartbeat. He's saying like he could pulsate, like he was seeing it pulsating in front of his eyes or something. And I excluded this person because I didn't want this to be in our sample. But I imagine these. I mean, people like this exist, and they will be in a lot of interoception studies as well. So it's debatable whether that is still an internal sense or whether they're imagining pulsating a heartbeat. They exist, but it should be internally really only.
And another question from the Zoom.
So, I was wondering, maybe this is a bit of a naive question, but how do I phrase it? Is there a chance that people with high PC are just becoming more attentive and estimating their heart rate or sensing their heart rates at a better rate than people with low PC because their hearts are just beating higher because they're paying more attention to it and they have the ability to generate experiences, presumably emotions too, and they are just their heart rate is just more pronounced because of it. So was their heart rates higher than the other group?
No. So they didn't differ in their heart rate, and PC and real, like actual heartbeat count. No, sorry, heartbeat. The actual heartbeats that happened, objective heartbeats, they didn't relate.
Thank you.
But I think it's an interesting question, and it's something we discussed earlier as well as a possible follow-up. That I think, what's your name again? Alois is already doing it to see whether people that have high expectations about their heart rate, whether they can actually adapt and change their heart rate variability towards what they expect. So I think it was stress. You're going to show that, aren't you? So the next talk will show something like this.
Now, were the high PC people overestimating or underestimating systematically, or was it just like around the same?
I think whether it actually results in a physiological change, but not heart rate, but heart rate variability.
I see. Thank you.
Stay tuned.
Just on a clinical thing, I remember there's a preprint from Mike Allen's group last year where they did quite like a few hundred people, and they looked at bunch of things: depression, anxiety, autism, ADHD, and didn't find anything. Using heartbeat, so they used heartbeat
discrimination one, yeah.
That was another thing, because heartbeat discrimination maybe would be different here, but people
maybe
still have tries about the time.
I think so. One of the so we didn't do that because I wasn't really that interested. It's just that these things seem to suggest themselves to be a good study. But I think heartbeat discrimination works in that you have, how does it work again? So you have to say whether it's your heartbeat or not.
Yeah, but so you might think, because it might be that high set accuracy because people are experiencing illusory heartbeats. So you might think, well, that wouldn't apply to heartbeat discrimination because of the timing matters to heartbeat discrimination. But if you feel the trouble, you'll be more likely to feel the illusory heartbeat at the right time. So it may well still confound that value, of course, wasn't tested, but
might be interesting.
Yeah.
So I actually have data on HRD and phenomenological control. And Swash, and there's no relationship.
There's no relationship.
On first order, at least, I do not find anything, but I'm still doing the analysis.
You didn't have HRD and can't be counting the same people.
No, I only had HRD. Yeah. And I'm still looking at the metacognition, confidence, and so forth, and I have promising results, but I'm not going to show this today, unfortunately. Next time, maybe.
So I guess in that task, you get your heartbeat to be presented to you in the right rhythm, and then heartbeats that are off your heartbeat. Is that how it works?
No, I think you have 5 seconds to listen to a certain rhythm, and then you have to say whether you are faster or slower than that rhythm.
Okay.
And then you can compare it to a condition where they have to compare two distinct rhythms, instead of rhythm and heartbeat.
Yeah. So it implies one of the two conditions is going to be your heartbeat.
I suppose.
Yeah.
We'll start again in 20 minutes.
Made up of different parts like motor cluster and cognitive perceptual cluster, and there are something else, but the main point is that. And it's not something new to phenomenological control research as well. In the foundational PCS paper, Lush and colleagues made a PCA, and it suggested that the PCS may contain a general response and a bit of contrast between perceptual cognitive cluster and motor cluster. So to make it less abstract, let's imagine a toy example. Imagine 2 participants, Alex and Sam. They both have exactly the same total PCS score. When we use a ruler, they look identical. But look closer. Alex gets his score mainly through motor items, like hand lowering or arm rigidity. Sam gets the exact same score through a different route, like hallucinations and amnesia. Same total score, very different profile of response. And the question is whether this happens in the real PCS data. Do the PCS items show some kind of pattern? That's what I wanted to check. And to do that, I used a large data set from the last few years. The main analysis used over 2,500 complete cases from 2019 to 2025. And I want to thank Zoltan and Pete for providing this data. I pre-registered the core analysis before I accessed the raw data, so I didn't just look at the numbers and decide what story to tell. And to build the map, I used a network analysis. In this context, every PCS item is a node, and the connection called edge means that 2 items are related after accounting for every other item. So if, for example, hand lowering and arm rigidity are connected, they still go together beyond the rest of the scale. Importantly, these connections are conditional associations, not causal pathways. The technical details will be on the slides, but today I want to focus more on interpretation rather than machine learning. And here is the map. The main conclusion is that the network is not flat. The items clustered into two broad regions. The first region contains every motor item, and the second region includes every perceptual common item. So it seems that potentially the PCS may reflect a broad capacity, but it may express itself through partially distinct groups of experiences. Now, I want to be very clear. It does not mean that the PCS is two different scales, and it does not mean that there are two types of people. It means something more modest, that the items seems to be not interchangeable, and they seem to have an interesting internal organization. Now, the map is only useful when it is not fragile. So I checked whether this structure was robust. And I did it in three ways. First, the most connected items were very stable. Second, when I used a lower penalty, the network remains very similar. And third, I accounted for two floor effect items, music hallucination and negative visual hallucination. And again, the network remains almost identical. The exact numbers are on the screen, but the main point is that the network does not depend on one statistical choice. The map is robust. But there is a caveat. The network is dense, so I would not overinterpret every small connection. The big picture is stronger than small edge-by-edge story. But whether the map is robust across different modeling choices is only one question. There is other important question, whether this structure travels across different administrative procedures. Because as I said, the data came from cohorts from 2019 to 2025, but the procedure was not identical across cohorts. So before 2023, participants gave the ratings at the end of the session. In 2023, two things changed. First, the order of the items changed. And second, the ratings were collected after each single item. In 2024, the original order came back, but the after item scoring stayed. It means we should be careful. So I pre-registered this question as well. And the pre-registered NCT result was interesting. There was no statistical evidence for statistically significant evidence for change in strength of the network, but both networks had slightly different share. So the later network was not simply stronger or weaker than the previous one, but the pattern of connections changed. So I conducted a post hoc follow-up analysis, and it suggested that the possibly the timing of ratings might influence the structure of the network. One example is arm immobilization item. In previous network, it looked more motor, but it moved to perceptual cognitive cluster in the second network. Now, I don't want to overinterpret this one single item, but the main takeaway is that the procedure may matter. So the total score may travel across different procedures, but the map may change. Now, I want to be very clear about limitations. Because although pre-registered, it was exploratory network analysis. So I want to be very clear what I am not saying here. First, these connections are statistical, not causal. So I'm not saying that experiencing your arm getting heavier causes you, for example, to experience hallucinations later. These are conditional associations, not sequences of events. Second, I'm not proposing a new taxonomy of people. I'm not saying that there are motor types and perceptual cognitive types. I'm only showing you analysis of scale items, not fixed categories of people. Third, I'm not arguing against the total scope. It is very useful and reliable tool. I'm only saying it may hide item level patterns. And finally, I'm not proposing any hidden cognitive mechanisms. I'm showing you how the items connected in this particular data. What I am saying is something more modest, that the PCS may have an internal structure which may be sensitive to procedure. And understanding this procedure better may potentially help us do more controls research. So what does it mean to our day-to-day research? Again, because it was an exploratory analysis, I don't want to be too prescriptive, but I think it points to one practical idea, the measurement tracker. So if we, for example, combine data from different labs or different cohorts, maybe we should treat procedure differences as potential variable. Second thing is for phenomena-specific research. Maybe besides of asking whether the total score predicts certain effects, it may also ask which part of the PCS is more connected with certain effects, like maybe for synesthesia or visual illusions, the perceptual cognitive cluster may matter more. Of course, that would need a direct testing. And this is only a first step. The future research would need to replicate this on independent data sets and maybe propose some candidate mechanisms that will be connected with clusters. So also it may potentially help with designing future shorter PCS scale. So I want to leave you today with three main points, three main takeaways. First, we can look at the PCS not only as a one number, but also as a potential map. And in this data, the items clustered into two broad regions, motor one and perceptual cognitive one. And the structure was sensitive to procedure. So besides of asking how much PC people report, maybe you can also ask which part of responding is it and under which procedure was it measured. Thank you very much. Here is QR code for prereq and materials. I'm really curious about your perspective, especially on these two broad regions, and I look forward for a discussion. Yeah.
I just wonder, thank you, really nice talk. And it's interesting results. And I just wonder whether you think there are implications for the theoretical basis for phenomenological control, the experiences themselves. Zoltan's core control theory, how would you fit those very distinct patterns within that? Or would you say there's something else going on?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't think there. Sorry. Yeah.
Versus the
right. So Pete asks how I would connect these findings with theory of PC, like cold control theory. So there are no strict, two different regions. They are partially distinct, but they are not totally separate. And I think it's just first study of this kind, and I don't want to overclaim something. So I think it's good for thought and good point to future research and discussions. But I'm just showing you how it looked at this particular data. I think future research would need to replicate this, of course. And yeah, Zoltan.
So some recent research, Pete and I, we find visual items, visual hallucinations. The extent of response correlates with VIQ. So I don't know if Carli had anything more to add on that in terms of your correlation with your vividness measure, whether that correlates more with the perceptual items rather than the motor items.
I had it was feeling, and then for imagery subscales with phenomenological control, the feeling, and then body, and then tactile, and then visual, and then all the taste. And for PC items with imagery, it was taste, and then motor, then which ones are visual? Well, it's taste, and then the capability of rigidity, which is the motor.
So motor are lower than perceptual.
Yeah, the sweet and sour taste was the strongest relationship with imagery. Even though imagery subscale to the PC taste is the lowest. So the PC items of taste were the strongest relationship with imagery, but the imagery subscale of taste was the lowest. It's kind of reverse actually of the for imagery subscale of the PC, which is considered. Although I didn't actually test to see if those are sorted.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, of course. But what is the question exactly?
Well, to sort of to respond to Ryan's point, maybe the first order ability to imagine creates different opportunities for cold control to operate, which creates different opportunities for you to respond to different suggestions. So, in other words, you might have the motor versus the perceptual cognitive slight separation because two abilities are required in the perceptual cases by and large, both an ability to be unaware of strategically of an intention, but also the ability to imagine vividly the experience that one's going to have. And that doesn't come up so much with motor suggestions unless you're using a goal-directed fantasy. But I certainly need to use goal-directed fantasies.
Yeah, that's a valid point. I think maybe that would explain also the difficulty of perceptual cognitive items are more difficult than motor. So yeah, that's interesting. Yeah.
So my quick question is about the arm immobilization item that seemed to be the one that jumped from one cluster to the other. And I would expect that if you did like a bootstrapped EGA, this item would probably have low stability because the one that jumped, right? So I was wondering whether your gut feel is that this item is actually probably a bad item that could be potentially removed because it is, kind of across the two clusters, or is it on the contrary, the one item that is kind of the core of the whole scale, and then this should be kept, it's one of the most important items. What is your gut feel about that?
Yeah, it's a good question. From the data I can say, but my gut feeling is that in the later design, the items, the ratings were collected after each single item. So I think they might be more accurate, not from memory from these all 10 items, but just from a second ago. So I think the second cluster, it's just my gut feeling. It's not on the data, but I think army mobilization, if this is theoretically valid, may be more cognitive perceptual than motor. But it's just, you know, hint from my gut feelings, so not claim.
I need the USB, the red one, please. Who has the red USB? Okay. Thank you.
Music from the 90s. Yeah, so just pull, what's this one? Yeah, pull that out, I think, I guess. Moving your two seconds. Right. So I just want to get rid of what's
okay.
Just get rid of what's on that screen.
Yep.
Oh, that's it. Yeah.
Okay. I'll just be staying here because I need to click on lots of animations. Hello, I'm Dali. I'm a doctoral tutor, researcher, hypnotherapist, and pharmacist. So today I will present to you our research testing the response expectancy theory by contrasting the effectiveness of placebo versus hypnotic analgesia. Pain is an unpleasant sensory, cognitive, affective, and social experience globally affecting 1 in 5 people, which can negatively affect recovery, psychological well-being, subsequent pain management, and social functions. Adequately treating pain is essential to fasten recovery, prevent pain-related comorbidities, reduce healthcare costs, and enhance well-being. Despite their benefits and popularity, pain medications can be limited by high-cost side effects, contraindications, and lack of consensus on the optimal regimen and doses. Hypnosis and placebo are widespread psychological interventions that can optimize treating pain as adjuncts to medications due to demonstrated safety and benefits in addressing cognitive and affective components of pain. So several theories have tried to explain hypnosis. Based on top-down theories, hypnotic responding involve reduced metacognition and higher phenomenological control, or PC, involving higher expectations with imaginary involvement, with reduced sense of agency, leading to effortless and automatic responses. While response expectancy theory proposes that both hypnosis and placebo are driven by expectations, other theories emphasize hypnotic suggestibility and dissociation. However, evidence lack on analgesia mechanisms of both hypnosis and placebo, particularly on the role of endogenous opioids and the response expectancy in mediating their pain-relieving effects. Considering the high cost and requirements of research, before further investigating the analgesic mechanisms of hypnosis and placebo, we conducted a study investigating that the pain induction method reliably produces measurable pain and that interventions as implemented reduce pain sufficiently and exhibit the defining characteristics, which are expectancy-driven response for placebo and PC for hypnosis. Data obtained from the study will guide a more powered trial examining the role of endogenous opioids on the analgesia effects of placebo and hypnosis. So our study uses a between participants randomly assigned design in an experimental control setting. and it includes healthy English-speaking participants who agree to participate, except if they present with any of these exclusion criteria highlighted here. Key outcomes are pain intensity and unpleasantness, self-reported on 0 to 10 numeric rating scales, expectations of changes in pain intensity and unpleasantness, characteristics of placebo, as well as sense of agency and imaginary involvement, characteristics of hypnosis on Likert scales. Heart rate was measured as a pain and distress biomarker. Anticipatory state anxiety was self-reported on a 0 to 10 numeric rating scale. Self-mastery and acceptance were self-reported on Likert scales. Acceptability was assessed by reports of adverse events and feedback. Implementation was assessed by retention rates and adherence to intervention scripts. Feasibility was assessed by successful delivery, time availability, and potential disruptions. Participants reported their demographics and their anticipatory anxiety before HR measures. Thanks to open hardware, pain was induced by fixing a hot thermo to participants' skin for 10 seconds and manipulating the temperature using the Arduino software until participants reported pain intensity and unpleasantness levels above 6. The pain induction and assessment were repeated before randomly allocating participants to hypnosis, placebo, or control, and then assessing their expected pain and pain intensity and unpleasantness. During interventions, anticipatory anxiety and HR were measured before each of the 2 thermode applications at the previously established temperature, both followed by pain intensity and unpleasantness ratings. Then the investigator debriefed participants and collected more data on acceptability, implementation, and feasibility, as well as the intervention's characteristics. This Prisma flow diagram explains the research process. Hypnosis was provided using a script, starting with an induction establishing the hypnotic context, followed by analgesia and anesthesia suggestions. The control condition involved asking participants to wait. They were prohibited from using their phone or sleeping, but they were allowed to read magazines or books. The application of the placebo cream containing a tincture of iodine was followed by suggestions on its analgesia effects. The study results are not published yet, but they are registered, and I will share with you key findings. The study included 45 participants, evenly distributed between hypnosis, placebo, and the control, most of whom were students at the University of Sussex. Participants' ages ranges between 19 and 52 and varied slightly across groups. Participants were predominantly female, followed by male, with 6% either self-describing or not disclosing. Pain intensity and unpleasantness dropped by respectively 41 and 35% with hypnosis and by almost 12% with placebo, despite inconclusive evidence for the latter, while changes were negligible in the control condition, suggesting that the observed effects in the experimental groups are likely due to the interventions. This bar graph illustrates the changes in overall pain scores from baseline to post-interventions across the groups. The hypnosis group exhibited the most substantial reduction in pain by around 38%, followed by a moderate decrease in the placebo group, despite inconclusive evidence for the latter, while the control group showed negligible changes. Between group comparisons confirmed that hypnosis significantly outperformed both placebo and control across all pain measures. Hypnosis was associated with substantially higher imaginary involvement in comparison to the placebo and control conditions, supporting its theoretical basis in PC. The mean effortlessness score was around 60% in hypnosis, which is slightly lower than placebo, but above the average. Participants in the placebo group reported the highest expectations for reductions in pain intensity and unpleasantness, followed by hypnosis, while the control group expected an increase. Expectations for reduced pain intensity and unpleasantness in placebo and hypnosis were substantially higher than the control. Unfortunately, HR was not analyzed due to missing data affecting more than 20 participants. Anxiety decreased moderately with hypnosis and placebo and slightly with the control, despite inconclusive evidence on differences in reductions from baseline to post-interventions within and between groups. Self-mastery was higher in hypnosis versus placebo. The study procedures and interventions were feasible despite few minor interruptions and technical issues in HR monitor and thermotemperature fluctuations. Control and experimental conditions lasted between 20 and 35 minutes. Implementation was good, with no dropouts, 100% response rate, as well as high adherence to intervention scripts, which facilitates replication and promotes fidelity in delivery. However, there was some missing data with heart rate measures. Few participants reported minor side effects such as redness or discomfort, but no serious adverse events occurred, supporting the safety of these interventions in acute experimental use. Reductions in pain intensity were substantially greater than expected with hypnosis and below expectations with placebo. Reductions in pain unpleasantness closely matched expectations with hypnosis and were below expectations with placebo, despite inconclusive evidence. So in contrast to hypnosis that exceeded expectations and substantially reduced pain, placebo showed increased expectancy of pain relief in line with the response expectancy theory for placebo, and modest reductions in pain outcomes. So the study demonstrated that hypnosis substantially reduced pain intensity and unpleasantness while also engaging its core mechanism PC through high levels of absorption and reduced sense of agency. This pain reduction is beyond what can be achieved through expectancy alone, refuting the response expectancy theory. Although placebo analgesia effects were a bit higher than those reported in the placebo literature, several factors may have contributed to a lack of evidence, including the small sample size, fluctuations in the thermotemperature. In addition, the moisturizing cream applied post-test may have increased heat conduction, thereby exacerbating experienced pain and reducing placebo effects. Thus, we conducted another study with a Bayesian stopping rule using a pressure device. Stay tuned for the results. These are the references. Thank you. Do you have any questions? Happy to answer any questions.
Great presentation. Now, where are you
Thank you.
Results from the new pressure device you're using now?
Good question. So basically, we've collected some data, and because we're using the Bayesian stopping rule, we're gonna collect more data. But so far the data is looking better for the placebo, so we have a higher evidence, which is good. And with the algometer, we avoid some of the factors that were previously encountered with the thermod. So the effects of the heat conduction and the cream, and also the fluctuations. It is a manual algometer, so it's not as accurate and consistent as a digital one, but the pressures at baseline and post interventions are um, pretty similar to keep the results consistent, but the accuracy is a bit less than while using a manual algometer. Thank you. Yeah.
Are you going to include the heart rate?
Yeah, luckily, I've been able to collect more data on the heart rate. Like, the idea of including heart rate measure is to basically have behavioral and physiological measures of both pain and distress. So it's more like an added measure, but it would be interesting to see how the heart rate would vary in the new study. Thank you.
Anastasia has a question on the Zoom.
Okay. Yep, let's see.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, so thank you very much for this very interesting talk. I was wondering whether the analgesic cream, was it with a conditioned procedure? Like, did participants experiment pain reduction with some real cream before, and then you give the placebo cream? Or was it just they thought that it was a cream that would reduce the pain intensity? Like, what was the procedure?
Okay, if I got your question right, we basically, this is a pilot study, so we're just piloting to inform a more power trial. So we were putting the cream at the post at the not at baseline, but at the post intervention. We thought that maybe with the moisturizing cream effect, it could lead to a higher heat conduction, and it may have exacerbated the pain. But practically, we just included the post. If this answered your question.
The answer is just using suggestion, not condition. We did talk about using conditioning in a follow-up study.
Yeah,
we never did.
But we
the
did.
answer to the question is just yes.
Yeah. So we just give a cream and we give a suggestion for pain reduction with the cream, and the cream is administered not at baseline, but it was administered at the second and third rating. Yeah, but we did think of doing the conditioning if we were to use the thermod again, but with the algometer, we're just gonna see how it works without the conditioning.
Okay, but because I'm also planning to do a study with that kind of procedure, but maybe I will contact you by email and we can.
Yeah, definitely. Yep. So practically, you could do conditioning by administer the thermod at lower temperature, and then you see how people might have higher expectations with that. But we just use the typical placebo procedure by administering a compound and giving a suggestion with it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You have a question? Yes, sir.
That I fully found out during presentation that you put normal moisturizer on me. Like, I thought it was a nothing cream. It was like a tub that was labeled with like analgesic cream, and all of that's like, okay, I'm gonna put some analgesic cream on you now. And I fully thought it. I found out right now that it wasn't like a numbing cream that was being applied to my skin. There was no like induction or something. It was just like, okay, like this is the thing I'm thinking of. Yeah, for
Yeah. And also, I'm a pharmacist, so I just said that I compounded the cream because I do this in the pharmacy, so maybe that increased a bit the placebo effect. But yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then, is your presentation on that stick?
Yes, it's on the USB. Am I right to put an adapter in as well? I've got no.
As you see, we have.
So if not,
I think that is related to that, but I don't think so. There's a gap there. I don't know whose that is. So that's no, have you ever do that? How do you? If you open yours out. To make that sharing. What we're going to need to do. No, you could close that one. Yeah. Right. So in Zoom, if we just share the screen too, then when you do your presentation, it'll work fine. We should be here, and then. Oh, where's it gone? Yeah.
Perfect.
Yes.
Oops, sorry. All right, nice one. So my name's Oliver. Today I'm going to be presenting the involuntary bending of reality association between phenomenological control and visual illusion sensitivity. So to start off with, a little bit about me. I'm currently an undergrad student here at Sussex, just at the end of my research assistant placement at the Reality Bending Lab. My academic interests include perception, psychophysiology, software development as well, and research methods within psychology. I've been involved in a few different personal projects involving Python packages to look at kind of illusion generation software, as well as kind of human-computer interface. So to start talking about visual illusions, I'm sure kind of all of you have some sort of understanding of what they are anyway, just to go over the basics. So we can describe them as a mismatch between the objective and perceived properties of an object in the environment. And here there's kind of a general conflict between objective and subjective reality. But to be honest, a bit of a useless thing to say, considering that is just perception as a whole. Definitions are quite fuzzy and controversial, though. There seems to be quite a core concept of what an illusion is, but the peripheral seems quite vague according to a lot of the existing definitions. We have quite a diversity of different types of these illusions. So we might have motion illusions, geometric ones, others playing on depth perception and colour. Classifications of these are quite controversial, and today there's really a shift towards seeing illusions in terms of their mechanisms rather than the percepts they produce. And there's been quite a long history of interest in regards to using and manipulating visual illusions. We can see this as far back as the 16th century and also in the Middle Ages with Aristotle. In this picture up on the screen by Holbein, a Renaissance artist. You can't particularly see it that well, but there's a visual illusion here which exploits what's called anamorphosis. It's essentially a distorted representation of that skull. When you place a glass cylinder over that skull, it looks something like that with normal dimensions. And these illusions are still being created today quite actively. And this was an illusion that won the 2024 Best Illusion of the Year contest. And essentially, it looks like there is the dancer who is dancing, but really all it is, it's just a two-dimensional motion illusion in which the contours of the edges are being played around with in terms of really the perception of the depth. We can sort of generate these illusions today using Python. You see a lot of sort of Python packages that really allow us to do so. So just for some examples of illusions, we've got the relatively famous Müller-Lyer illusion. We've got the two targets, one on the top and the bottom. So the red lines here, these horizontal lines, they are both the same length in between these targets. And you see there are fins flanking either side on each of the targets. And these fins have different orientations. These ones are inward facing, these are outward facing. On the outward facing target, the red line looks larger despite it being the same size as the above. So for the next example, could be a little bit awkward. It's a negative after image. So it's a video, it's about 20 seconds long. For the first 15 seconds, you're going to see an inverted color illusion. All you need to do is stare at the fixation cross in the middle. It will change. And now if you blink, hopefully it should work despite the relatively small screen. You can see those colors wash away. So you should have really seen the real colors of the image. And this kind of, this illusion really just exploits the idea that our cone receptors, so for color, are desensitized upon prolonged exposure to different colors. And next up, we've got a scintillating grid illusion. You can see we've got the different white dots on the grid line intersections. Here, as you move your eyes around the grid, you'll see those dots twinkle from black to white. So why study visual illusions? Well, they're quite a canonical example of how Bayesian inference operates within the visual perception system. So visual illusions really provide weak or conflicting sensory evidence. And really to minimize prediction error, we fall back on our priors. So our low-level perceptual knowledge to interpret kind of these illusory percepts. Furthermore, we can elucidate fundamental mechanisms of our human sort of visual system using some of these visual illusions, especially the geometric ones. We've got the Müller-Lyer again, and there are quite a few arguments of why this could actually produce an illusory effect, although it is relatively debatable, but those sort of pertain to depth perception, size constancy, as well as conflicting hues. And we do also see some inter-individual differences within the perception of visual illusions. So to speak about that, inter-individual differences within illusion sensitivity, and by visual illusion sensitivity, we're really talking about the extent of the magnitude of an illusory percept. So the more sensitive somebody is to a visual illusion, the more likely they're going to perceive that illusion as more illusory. Really, in regards to culture, we've seen for about the past 60 years, there's been the idea of the carpentered world hypothesis. This really argues that the environment in one's development influences the way people perceive illusions. We've got the Coffert illusion here. A recent study by Krupin and colleagues in 2025 found that individuals in rural Namibia would perceive circles within the line segments here, whereas others in more Western environments in the UK and US would perceive rectangles in those line segments. So essentially, the reason being, it is believed that individuals growing up in sort of more urban environments are used to very much these kind of rigid structural lines. Furthermore, in regards to psychopathology, commonly studied, we've got schizophrenia and autism, and individuals with these conditions are believed to have a lower sensitivity to visual illusions, and that is to do with a Bayesian argument in regards to having weaker perceptual priors. And the hollow face illusion is a common one that is studied there. And in regards to traits, we've got psychoticism. In our lab, we found that participants have a lower sensitivity to visual illusions with psychoticism. And there is the scatter plot there. But there are mixed findings across really the corpus of literature here. And we can potentially put this down to differences in how we measure visual illusion sensitivity. So a variety of different types. We've got, for example, Likert sliding scales. We've got adjustment tasks and estimation tasks. So that might be an example of a Likert scale there. And we've also got an adjustment task. And the problem here, we argue, is that these measures rely on metacognition. So they kind of involve really participants having to reflect too much about their own subjective experience, which could add noise to our objective behavioural measures. And typical shortcomings of such paradigms include a low number of trials, narrow range of illusion types employed, as well as a low or at least no manipulation of the illusion context. And really what this pertains to, so a lot of paradigms really manipulate the task difficulty of illusions. So perhaps the length of maybe the lines here in the Müller-Lyer illusion, but they don't manipulate the features around that. So that would be here, the fins on that illusion. So we aimed at the lab to solve this problem by designing the illusion game. So what is the illusion game? Well, it is a two alternative force choice computerized psychophysics-based game that measures illusion sensitivity. And here participants are presented with two targets simultaneously over a number of different illusion types with 160 trials per illusion. And these stimuli are generated using the PyIllusion package developed at the lab. Here we can directly manipulate the sort of elements of those illusions as well, according to different parameters. And we believe this avoids the influence of metacognition. And here participants really tested in a speed accuracy environment. So they're told to respond as fast and as accurately as they can. And here are those 10 illusion types there. And this was the seminal paper for the illusion game. So our parameters, like I was saying, task difficulty is something that is, is generally sort of manipulated across a lot of illusion paradigms. And that really refers to changing the objective size of core elements. So if you look at the Müller-Lyer illusion, really referring to those horizontal lines, again, in the easy task difficulty values, you can see there's a noticeable difference between these two targets, whereas in the hard category, there is not particularly much of a difference, at least noticeably, but there is a difference. And above and beyond a lot of other tasks, we look to manipulate the illusion strength. So again, this is the context. So let's play the illusion game. So which red circle is bigger, the one on the left or the right? As you can probably see, it is the one on the right-hand side. A little bit of a harder task now, and potentially a bit surprising, but this time it's actually the target on the left. So how can we quantify visual illusion sensitivity? Well, in our seminal paper, in 2023, we use generalized additive models, essentially hierarchical Bayesian models, and we can plot the distributions for each illusion type according to the probability of error as well as the reaction time responses. And we can do this for, like I said, each illusion and also according to the illusion strength and task difficulty. But the problem with using these is that we can't really integrate speed and accuracy. We can only model them separately. And going back again to individual differences in visual illusion sensitivity, when thinking about traits, we can think about the role of phenomenological control. So these two, visual illusion sensitivity and PC, both involve alterations within perceptual experiences. So here we can really ask, is one's ability to perceive visual illusions related to perhaps their ability to resist the illusion? So if you think in an experimental setting, if we incentivize somebody to downplay the effect of an illusion stimulus, if we tell them to perceive illusions accurately, would this be mediated using phenomenological control? So one paper that did this by Lush and colleagues, who are all sitting in the room, they explored the relationship between phenomenological control scores and sensitivity to specifically the Müller-Lyer illusion. And this is a particularly good example to use as a canonical example of a cognitively impenetrable illusion. So it's believed, where there's general consensus that this illusion, well, our perception of this illusion is based on low-level processes. And the cognitive impenetrability hypothesis really argues that our low-level sort of early perception cannot be influenced through high-level cognitive processes. And here it was used a perceptual judgment task over 50 trials. And really what participants had to do was evaluate different illusion targets according to a reference point. And there were 10 different sort of strengths of this manipulated. And again, this was a manipulation of the task difficulty. And an absence of relationships found between phenomenological control and visual illusion sensitivity. So we look to essentially replicate and expand upon this study. So in a replication and extension and a registered report, which is now in stage 2, we hypothesized first and foremost that there would be evidence supporting an absence of a correlation between PC and visual illusion sensitivity. And secondly, based on our lab's previous work, we predicted that psychoticism would be negatively related with visual illusion sensitivity. So in terms of our methods, firstly, we recruited 500 participants using the prolific online platform, and we used a JSPsych adaptation open source of the PCS, and we also used the illusion game. So participants would, 50% of participants, if we counterbalance the procedure, would take part in the PCS, and then they would do the illusion game as well as questionnaires and the second set of the illusion game. So we break the illusion game up into 2 halves just to sort of reduce fatigue effects. And the other 50% would do this the other way around. We had some questionnaires as well. So we measured psychoticism using the PID-5. And in our study, we only used 3 different illusion types rather than the original 10 in our lab's seminal paper. And in terms of quantifying visual illusion sensitivity, we use the inverse efficiency score, which effectively combines speed and accuracy scores. So that is obviously very relevant for the speed accuracy task. And we adjust really reaction time for errors. And this gives a relatively straightforward index of visual illusion sensitivity. And really, the higher the IES score, the less efficient performance becomes. And that is the formula just up there. In terms of our results, did we replicate Lush and colleagues? Yes, we did. So we did not find a relationship between visual illusion sensitivity and PCS scores. There's no clear pattern that emerged there. So it's good news for that paper, but bad news for us, we did not replicate our original findings. So we actually did not find a relationship between visual illusion sensitivity and psychoticism, despite our previous results. So yeah, we found evidence to support the first hypothesis, which really kind of supports the idea that visual illusions, at least the Müller-Lyer, Ebbinghaus, and vertical horizontal illusions, might be cognitively impenetrable. And thus, the ability to kind of manipulate trait phenomenological control does not seem to be sufficient to alter the perception of visual illusion sensitivity. And there's a resistance really there with top-down control. So why did we not replicate ourselves? Firstly, it could be the number of illusion types employed in our study. So like I was saying in the original paper, there was the full breadth of the 10 illusion types. In our study, we only used 3. And we did kind of analyze these differently. So in the original paper, all 10 types were modeled together to create kind of one illusion factor, one general factor of illusion sensitivity. And then that was correlated to those personality scores, such as psychoticism. But in our paper, we modeled each illusion type separately on to psychoticism. Additionally, you could argue that the IES was a relatively crude measurement of visual illusion sensitivity, and we didn't use in this study, at least the generalized additive models that we did use previously, essentially because they're hard to reproduce reliably, and they rely on bespoke parent models. So it is quite a challenge to kind of adapt something specifically to the data set. We thought this would be essentially a better application really for interpretable research. In terms of future directions, really, to go on from that, we are thinking instead of potentially using the IES, or instead employing cognitive modeling, i.e. using drift diffusion modeling. So this essentially enables us to model the evidence accumulation process that takes place in the brain in 2 alternative force choice tasks. It's really very ideal for modeling speed accuracy data as a result. And this is particularly beneficial, we believe, for this paradigm because we have parameters that can really directly map to cognition, such as the sort of drift rate there, which models the efficiency of the evidence accumulation process in the brain. We also have the Z parameter, which models an initial bias towards a particular response, could be particularly useful in terms of thinking about priors for a Bayesian framework of illusion sensitivity. We also have the non-decision time, which really sort of takes into account motor and perceptual latency. And in terms of looking at the physiological correlates of visual illusion sensitivity, this is something that our lab aims to do over the summer. So I've just been awarded a bursary for the Sussex JRA scheme. And over that 8-week project, I'm essentially going to be investigating the differential impact, hopefully, if the hypothesis is true, of the cardiac cycle on visual illusion sensitivity. So that's really looking at systole versus diastole and the essentially difference in the perception of illusions according to which cardiac cycle and the perceiver is in. And we also look to kind of measure respiration and EEG. So thank you for listening. That's all I've got. Any questions? Go for it, Zoltan.
You remember Keisuke's talk from Japan?
Yes, yeah.
So he talked about psychologism has 3 components. One of which is to do with having unusual perceptual experiences, which, as you might expect, if you want to correlate non-modular control. There's also the one you might think is to do with adjusting, what you're perceiving in the light of the goals and so on. So the one that you might think would be correlated with visual illusions, adjusting biases. Did you break it down into the 3 different?
We didn't, to be honest. We were kind of using it more as just a proxy for like schizophrenia-related traits. So it's the PID-5 psychotism, which is the one derived from like the DSM-5 kind of diagnostic criteria, if that makes sense. To be honest, I'm not too sure exactly which one would be most beneficial though. But yeah, we use one on the PID-5. So it's really the psychotism facet that's used kind of in the diagnostic criteria, as far as I'm aware.
A bit of the schizophrenia, so it's more of the positive kind of symptoms like, so it's unusual.
So it was like the scale that Keisuke found.
Yes, but it's really the kind of unusual experiences subjects.
Yeah.
Cool, nice one. Thank you very much.
Okay, so let's see. Kill that, I guess. Let's go to Sussex 3. Original.
That's still then. So, in fact,
now, if you just push this.
Yeah, that will be presenting.
Last one, yes. Before the pub. All right, so I'm gonna talk to you about the interoceptive dimension of phenomenological control. I'm gonna first talk to you about what it is, what I think it is, and why is that important. Then I'm gonna show some results of my master thesis, actually, where we looked at phenomenological control and cardiac phenomenology. And what I call study 2 is what we are doing right now. It's designing an interoceptive PCS scale, PCS. So some of you want to shorten it. I want to add some items to it. And so hopefully we will discuss those findings. Interestingly, I have the same starting point as my friend Adrian, which is the principal component analysis of the PCS. So the first factor being the responsiveness to suggestion, thankfully. And the second one being what was called the motor versus perceptual cognitive distinction. But I would argue that when you look at the data, you have this correlation between the 4 proprioceptive motor in orange and the 4 exteroceptive one, what I would call exteroceptive, related to external senses. But the 2 other, amnesia and post-hypnotic motor suggestion, actually does not correlate with the others that much, especially the amnesia one. And so I would call them cognitive for the sake of this presentation. And actually, I saw a network analysis of the PCS 1 hour ago, which shows that these 2 are close together in the network. So in any case, my friend here, Sir Charles Sherrington, would probably say that there is no interoceptive suggestion in the PCS, because what he thought that perception was divided in what he called the 3 field of reception, proprioception, exteroception, and interoception. And thanks to Louise, I don't have to explain what interoception is. But so maybe a more modern way to look at it is that the interoceptive components of phenomenological control has not really been looked at least not directly. So just to illustrate some examples of interoceptive suggestions, melting chocolate on your tongue, thirst, hunger, refreshment, relief. Some of them are really indirect, some of them are really direct, such as obey your thirst, for instance. And those interoceptive suggestions are important because there is a recent review actually that shows that using indirect suggestion paradigm, such as false feedback, you can modulate interoceptive states. So that is physiology and behavior. So say that I'm hallucinating an elephant in the room right now, it won't make it appear. At least I think so, I hope so. Whereas if I tell you that your stomach is emptying itself, maybe you will get a bit hungry. And so one way of, one indirect interoceptive suggestion would be using sham electromagnetic waves, because it has been shown that it can elicit bodily symptoms, actually. So there is some evidence, theoretical and empirical, that phenomenological control might be related to interoception in some way. So I'm not going to dive into that right now, but there is no evidence for direct and specific contribution of phenomenological control to interoceptive sensation, at least that I know of. And even if there is, maybe we're not tooled enough to capture it completely. So this is what I did in my master thesis with Anastasia Lukianov, which had a talk earlier, Olivier Desmedt, Axel Fermans, and Mateo Leganes Fonteneau. That is still in writing. But so what we did is we told 37 participants that they were going to get exposed to 5G magnetic waves that were supposed to increase cardiac activity, similarly to drinking coffee or climbing up the stairs too fast. And it was framed as a very really recent study from Germany, actually. I don't know why I said that, but I said it. We used SWASH as a proxy for phenomenological control. And so what we did is the first block, we measured heart rate variability, and then we assessed bodily sensation, internal sensation, using the bodily mapping tool that I'm going to present right after. And so the first block, there's no waves. They are told that there are no waves. The second block, they are told that there are waves. So I'm going to call that the suggestion block. And the third block, it's another baseline. They are told that there are no waves. Okay, and so PC is measured as continuous with the total score. So higher PC, lower PC, because I had limited means since it was a master thesis after all. So to have a subjective marker, we use bodily maps, specifically the tool Interomap. So you have to place where in your body do you feel a sensation, what was the intensity from -5 to 5, and what was the valence of the experience from -1 to 5. For the sake of this presentation, I'm going to talk about intensity. And so you can extract mean intensity, proportion of pixel drawn, so where of the total quantity of pixel, and the intensity by size index, which is a mix of the two, because we thought that the suggestion could increase bodily internal sensation in intensity, but also in coverage. So we had to take these two into account, and this I'm going to focus on intensity by size. And for the objective marker, we checked Hausdorff variability, specifically the low frequency to high frequency ratio that I'm going to talk about a bit later. So we had two hypotheses using linear mixed models to accommodate the baseline between subject differences and within subject variability across the three blocks. And so basically the idea is that we checked whether interoceptive sensation and Hausdorff variability would change as a function of block and swash score and the interaction. And so what we saw is that there's a main effect of blocks, so the suggestion works, and there's a main effect of phenomenological control. So highs or higher PC report more interoceptive sensation, but the effect starts at baseline, which is a bit weird, but I'm going to talk about it later too in the interpretation. But so increased interoceptive sensation and swash level correlates with the interoceptive sensation reported. So this is just a visualization of the swash main effect. And as you can see, swash report more sensation overall, but specifically, I would say that it's in like weird places, like for the whole legs are covered, and here too, which does not make really much sense. And I had some participants tell me, yeah, I felt tingling in my left leg, or I felt cold in my right arm. Yeah, weird kind of reports that I had not anticipated. Okay, and so for the LFHF, we have an interaction between the block and the suggestion and the phenomenological control level. And so specifically with doing post-hoc test, we see that lows have a decrease in LFHF. And so we decompose LFHF. We can see that there's a main effect on LF, low frequency, and an interaction, so an increase in HF power in low specifically. And what does that mean? Well, it's complicated because LF is a very unclean measure. It's very noisy, but that could mean that they are more stressed throughout the whole experiment. That could mean because LF is like hard to interpret with exactly interpret. What is a bit more sure or certain is that lower PC participants, or the lower you are, the more you relax during the suggestion. So maybe that you don't feel the effects of waves, even though they report more effects, but maybe they don't feel the effects of waves, thus they relax. That's maybe the one interpretation here. So just I'm going to go through the limitations so I don't take too much time, but maybe our baseline is not really a baseline. Maybe they have already really high expectation because it took place in the Faraday cage, and there were like wave-related signals on the Faraday cage. I had to test on Sundays because I was doing my internship on the week. So the building was full dark when they went in. So the context overall was a bit stressful. So maybe the baseline was not really a baseline. So yeah. And so one other limitation, I did not take anxiety or expectation measurements. And it's too small a sample for pixel by pixel analysis, which I would really like to do to see whether the suggestion effects are really specific to the cardiac zone, for instance. All right, so now that we saw that there's some evidence that we can phenomenologically control cardiac sensation, the next step was, well, can we replicate this to other interoceptive domain? So this is what we are planning to do and actually doing with Olivier, Mateo, Peter, and Zoltan. And so we wanted, because the PCS is long enough, as I told, so to do a short scale with 5 suggestions across 5 interoceptive domains that we chose based on their importance in the literature and whether they were tested in the indirect suggestion paradigm. We also had this debate whether to choose between interoceptive, really coming from internal, or from the inside of your body, or internal. So for instance, the skin. If I send you shivers down your spine, maybe you will feel it, but maybe it can relate to what happens on the external of the skin. So it's a bit between the two. Another item that we actually tested is the tongue stuck to the palate, which is internal. The tongue is internal, but it's also muscle, so it's a bit proprioceptive. So we try to exclude this and it stay on interoceptive specifically. We also excluded genitourinary suggestions. We did a piss suggestion, like you are going to get the urge to urinate, but it did not work on our lab because probably of social desirability and ethics considerations. So we're not going to dive into this yet, maybe. So this is the items that we chose. Intenser heartbeat. Your heart will beat, but more intensely, not specifically faster, but intensely. You will feel it more. An empty stomach. Your stomach is emptying by itself. Cold liquid going through your throat. I wrote throat itch, which is actually something stuck in your throat. And pins and needles in your leg. So this is the 5 we chose for now. So you get a total score, you get binary objective score, yes, no, did it work, did it work or not, and a subjective score. And we added an involuntariness score from 0 to 5. So I have very early pilot data from Monday, where we did those 5 items and the hand lowering to see how it relates to each other. So yeah, I don't have much to say yet because it's so preliminary, but one thing I can say is that there's 2 people that did not have the hand lowering, and one of them had zero results in the other suggestions, and the other one had like 5 of them. So 2 patterns here, one who has everything, the other one. Well, it's very anecdotal, but yeah. Here are the subjective scores. Again, not much to say here. And this is the degree of involuntariness, which will allow us to exclude, for instance, reflexes, I think. This is the goal of this measurement. So the plan is to use a big sample. I wrote 240, but hopefully more, to retest, to check convergent validity with the PCS, maybe a shortened version if we have one by then, Maya questionnaire, and to check discriminant validity too with anxiety scales. All right, so future direction. Replicate study 1 because it's a bit messy with the cardiac findings, the baseline. We need to do that properly, I think. Well, extend to other bodily domains, maybe that kind of suggestion using indirect waves paradigm. Validate the study too. That is in my plans. And so, what can you do with it? Well, correlate it with interoceptive illusions. There's many of them, and we talked about some of them today. And there's a bit everywhere. I think the placebo effect may have some interoceptive illusion components, so maybe check on that. Functional syndrome. What I am going to do personally is check this with the illusion in the context of drinking non-alcoholic beverages. So you drink a non-alcoholic beer, and some person will experience a lot of effects. And so this could be a predictor of problematic drinking, for instance. So that could be a more clinical approach to testing with phenomenological controls. I'd like to thank my collaborators. I'd like to thank my lab. I'd like to thank Zoltan and Kev for inviting me, Peter for the nice feedback on the IPCS, and all of you for your attention, of course.
Just when you were showing the pilot results there,
yes.
I couldn't see it properly, but were there, what was the sort of the suggestion that people were responding most to?
So the one that worked most is stuck in throat. So something stuck in your throat. And so actually we also had a measure of the sort of behavior. Does it have a behavioral effect? And so everyone in the suggestion put yes. So they did have this probably reflex of trying to salivate or pass down the something stuck in throat. Emptying stomach, intenser heartbeat, pins and needles in legs all work, have the same like amount of objective responses, and apparently cold liquid flowing through is the hardest one, which I find the most easy. To find that when I'm writing about it, I have it, I feel it. So, yeah. Yes.
You said suggesting that sunlight was inducing the feeling of like coffee, right, or habit, and similar. And then you asked me to rate the intensity and you looked at variability. Did you also ask them whether they felt like they had coffee, like that? What rate was inducing?
No, not directly. So what I did is I asked those kind of questions afterwards, but I didn't follow them. So no.
Did they tend to feel like that?
Some of them, yes, and like a very, like I said, strange or like heavy reaction. Yeah, I felt those waves going through me. It was something intense, and I did nothing. So no lights, no other stimulation apart from the fact that they were in a special environment. Faraday cage that I closed the door, and yeah. But apart from that, no special tricks, no sound, no nothing. Hmm? Yes, of course. Yes, I did. So. Yeah, I did.
There's a question on the Zoom, but
Hi.
yeah.
So thank you for the talk. I really enjoyed it. I was curious, a theme that seems to recur throughout the day and in the prior literature too, for me, is the role of active engagement. For example, with the placebo versus hypnosis condition. In placebo, you're not supposed to do anything. The medicine is supposed to help you. While with hypnosis, you are kind of collaborating and there is an active construction of experience. And I was wondering if the low frequency HRV thing that you are seeing may be it's not related to stress per se, but just, active engagement, that you are collaborating and creating this and you're paying more attention and you're more motivated to it. Or at least that's the thought that comes to my mind. I was wondering what you think about that.
Well, you are not alone, because Luisa had the exact same thought during the noon pause, and when we were reading, and I had not thought about that till till she told me about it. So I have not had the time to check whether LF was related to some kind of effort or cognitive effort yet, but I will look into it definitely. It's a great idea, great suggestion. That's it then.
Well, great. Thanks, everyone. It's really great to see all the work that's been done on phenomenological control and understanding these issues, and I hope we can hear updates in a year's time. So we're going to go to the open house. It's booked at 6:30. There's sort of food there, so you can eat, or you can just come and drink, whatever you want. So it's I hope as many of you can join us as you can. Thanks so much. If you haven't taken the bag, by the way, Scotch makes pancakes for sponsors, party bags.